Hey guys, welcome back to Teach Yahweh. I know it's really early this morning, but I have a really special guest here, Frank, and I think you say Brabble Beast.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes, it's my
Okay,
YouTube nickname.
perfect. And you are an atheist, correct? Or are you agnostic?
Both, actually. I consider
Atheist.
myself an agnostic atheist. So I don't believe, or to put it in better words, I think it's very unlikely that there is a God, but I don't know for certain.
Gotcha.
So, in terms of believing, I don't believe there's a God. In terms of knowing, I don't think it's ever possible to know for sure. So.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. And then Frank had reached out to me and had asked if we can do a conversation on one of the titles that I had for one of the previous lives. Atheist is, what was it called? Sorry, forgive me. It's very early right now where I'm at.
Atheism is dangerous, I think. That
Yeah.
the
Why
original title
atheism
was.
is dangerous. That's right. Yeah. And so he kind of wanted to talk about that subject. So that's going to be our subject for this morning, guys. And really me explaining why I believe that, maybe him defending why that's not true, etc., etc. So first, Frank, since you were the one to bring up the subject that you want to talk about the subject, can you explain a little bit why this statement is not accurate to you?
I don't think there is any evidence to show that atheism is anything in any way, form, or shape more dangerous than any other religion. I don't think that an absence of religion is in itself is dangerous. I believe that in the original video you talked about morality, that without God there is no basis for morality, and I see things differently. I think there, in fact, I think religion has no more basis for morality than atheism has.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So your biggest thing is it about the morality?
No, in general, if you see atheism can be just like any religion, can be a conviction, and any conviction can lead to atrocities. We've seen it with religion, and we've seen it in atheism. Just to take Stalin, for instance. There was a perfect example how his conviction in atheism led to pretty horrific stuff. So I don't think that atheism in itself is any danger or yeah, any cause for danger.
Gotcha. So where I come from, where I say atheism is dangerous, is because atheism teaches us to live without God or as if there is no God. Now, where I'm trying to elaborate on that is, and good to see everybody. Good morning. Um, where I'm trying to elaborate on this is that, as you had stated when you first spoke, that you are not 100% for sure, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so isn't it safer to live as though, like for instance, okay, if we worked at a bomb factory, okay, and
Yes.
the chances of it igniting are not high. I mean, they're there, but they're not high, but the possibility is there. So we should always take caution. And no matter where we're at, put on your suit, put on your mask, follow proper procedure, etc., etc. Don't just be mixing chemicals with chemicals and living as though none of this is there.
Yeah.
This is where I'm talking about with atheism is that um, atheists say, okay, we work here in the bomb factory, but let's work here as if it's not going to ignite. Like let's live as though this is not even a thing. Where me as a believer, I say no, because the possibility is there. I'm going to live as though he does. And if nothing ever happens, nothing ever happens. But if it does, I took proper steps to avoid that explosion and evacuated before that went off. Does that make sense?
It sounds like you're leaning towards Pascal's wager a bit.
No, no, everybody says that. I don't, it doesn't make sense to say that. Honestly, it's just logic. It's just using your brain. Seriously, would you, Frank, would you personally do that? Would you go? apply at a job, you accept the job, you know the dangers of the job, and would you still walk around that job realistically? You don't even have to stretch far and pull out some
But
Pascal's wager thing. Would you
what
work with
what
proper
dangers
procedure?
are you speaking about that we that we don't have as atheists? Because we still have to live in this world. In fact, for an atheist, this is all the time we get. So for me, life is even more I consider life even more valuable because this is all the time everybody gets. So we have to do the best and make the best of it to make it as good and as pleasant for everybody. Whether there's something beyond the veil of death, I don't know that. We have here and now. We have to make sure that this part is okay. So that's my perspective. So for me, it's incredibly important to get this world right, to get it as nice and pleasant for everybody and as fair for everybody as possible, because this is all the time we have. This is all the time we have. So I don't see how a God would or an afterlife would change that. What would be the risk you're talking about of an explosion that we don't face already as atheists?
So do you believe in excuse me, do you believe in fair judgment when somebody does something wrong?
Yes.
Let's say a 10-year-old gets raped. Do you believe that a person who raped her should properly go to jail?
Absolutely. I've like 10 years in law enforcement
Thank you for your service.
myself. So
Yeah.
no, it's not policing. But, I work for a company that, how do you say, manages water surface and all the rules around water, so pollution. So
Wow.
we went after companies that polluted water and make sure that everybody,
Wow.
follow the rules. So I'm pretty big on following the rules, and we
Good.
need rules to have a orderly society and to
I
have
agree.
a good understanding with each other.
I agree. No, I agree, and I still want to say thank you for your service. I believe anyone who properly enforces the correct laws and everything like that, I mean, that's hard work because you'll get a lot of pushback all the time, right? And it's your job to keep it as orderly as possible. So thank you.
I think the reason we need law systems and we need justice system is because we have everybody has different values about what is right and what isn't right. Everybody has different ideas about that, and as a society we have to come together and set up preferences and uphold those that the majority holds. So individuals can have different ideas, and that's why we have a law system. If everybody knew exactly what was wrong and what was right, and everybody agreed, we wouldn't have need a justice system.
So, so I actually appreciate with you that you agree that laws and rules and everything like that is right, because I get really frustrated when, I don't know how long you've been watching the channel, but we've had atheists come on here who just completely neglect that. I could say the very same thing as far as should somebody go to jail if they raped a 10-year-old, and they'll be like, well, it depends. And I'm like, I don't like when, this is what I'm talking about, the immorality of the atheistic brain sometimes, and not always, this isn't for everybody, but sometimes where it's like you can't even just blatantly say, hey, yeah, that's wrong, like, period. I don't care where you are.
But now we're heading towards objective morality and subjective morality. Do not get me wrong. I personally think there is no such thing as objective morality. Nothing is objectively, absolutely wrong. But for my morality is based on the society I grew up in my personal innate personality. I've like there are different circumstances that made up my morality, and I think that goes for everybody. That goes for everybody.
So
So
are
I
you
don't
saying,
think
just for clarity real quick before you go on, are you saying if you live, where are you at again? France?
the Netherlands.
Netherlands, that's right. Excuse me, Netherlands. If you live there and it's wrong there, but if you come to the United States and it's legal here, you'll just walk past a 10-year-old getting raped?
No, because I already have been taught, have been learned, and grew up in a circumstance where I've been taught that was wrong. Had you been raised in a complete environment that accepted a certain action, then it's a different story. The same reason, for instance, do you think the Nazi Germany thought they were wrong when they enacted the Holocaust? I think a lot of them, there were certainly were some people that within Germany that thought it was wrong, but there were a lot of people that actually believed they were doing the right thing. So had I grown up in Germany in 1930s, in 1920s, would I have had the same look? I think personally now I think the Holocaust is disgusting. It's one of the blackest pages of history of mankind. But would I have the same opinions and values if I had grown up in Germany in 1920 with everything around me reacting positive that is the right thing to do?
So this is
That I
where I
cannot
think
say for
it's
sure.
dangerous, though, because with an atheist, I have yet to come across an atheist that will absolutely say without a doubt rape is wrong. Like, it's always like, well, it's not always wrong. It's not objectively wrong. It's only which that's dangerous. That's dangerous mind thinking, because that puts me, I can't trust you. Because if we're walking down the street together and it's legal there, and so be it. I mean, it's subjective, it's legal, there's nothing wrong with it there, then you wouldn't protect me, because and you would have no right to, because you would be overstepping the subjective laws that are there.
Let me ask. I assume you're a Christian due to your channel. Do you think that that God always is morally right in commanding in his commandings?
I believe he's the moral maker.
And here there are parts in the Bible where he actively orders soldiers to take women as spoils of war, and the Bible said, if you see a woman that you like, take her aside, shave her head, put her, bind her to your front porch for a month, so she can grieve for her family, and then take her as your wife. Nowhere in that entire example is it mentioned ask for her consent or ask for her permission. I'm not an expert on women. I think you will be better. I don't think if you give a woman a chance to mourn her entire family, her entire culture for 30 days, that she still would be okay. Let's marry this guy and be fully content with it. So if you say rape in any case, in any circumstance is wrong, that it's objective wrong, then how come the Bible says okay, but hey, in this example, that's okay to do?
This is actually a very common question. I love that you asked this question. So God actually warns the people about stepping outside of morality in the first place. And he warns us of the consequences that come with that. And he always tells us that if you make this decision, this is what's going to happen. This is how your lifestyle is going to be. These are going to be the consequences. You're going to have to give up your daughters to the foreign lands. You're going to kill each other. You're going to list all these things. But he explains why. It's not that he just commands people just to do it just because. There's always a reason why. And it's very interesting to me when these subjects are brought up, such as the slavery, such as the women having to go with the men, etc., be products of war, that nobody ever talks about what is spoken of before, when God is warning the people that your actions, you want kings, you want this, okay. If this is what you want, just know this comes with it. But here's what God does. He says, if this happens, then do this. If. That's what it says every time. If.
It's still it's justification. It still is a way that he says, well, okay, in this situation, as a consequence, that's okay. Then in this situation, it's okay. So, if you say that there is something objectively wrong, it can never be right in
No,
any
that's not
condition.
saying it's okay. No, it's not saying it's okay. God, so to say it's okay is to say that he intended for that in the first place. Okay, God had never intends for sin, period, in the first place. God tells us there are consequences to our sin. Okay, so for instance, if you have a son and your son goes off and robs a bank and steals, is that your fault?
No, I would say no.
Exactly. So God is
I
our
would question my
father.
parenting skills, but
Right. So God is our creator. And when we go off and we sin, we can't cast our sin onto the living God and say, this is your fault.
but
We have to understand that our own consequences, our own behaviors have consequences, whether good or bad. And that's just something that nobody wants to accept responsibility for, believer or non-believer. Either side doesn't want to accept responsibility, and that's dangerous.
but literally the Bible says gives instructions how to do this, and it gives permission. From if you see a woman that pleases you, you can take her. Even if that is a consequence of our sin, why does the Bible facilitate it and even encourages it? Why doesn't it say, but the women you have to cut loose and let go and leave them, have them live their own life?
So do you say that now, nowadays, because these are good questions, Frank. So let me just clarify. So do you say that nowadays that you are attracted to someone who doesn't please you?
Sorry.
Do
No,
you say that nowadays that you are attracted to women who don't please you?
no,
Or is it always like a beautiful woman could be walking, and you're like, wow, she's beautiful. That attracts your eye?
Absolutely. I think what makes a woman attractive is more than just beauty for me. It's a more total package. So I'm also
Well, of
attracted to
course, but you
personality.
can't know everything about every woman you ever see. Like if you
No,
were watching a movie and saw an actress, you wouldn't be like, well, I need to know your resume.
no,
It would be like, oh, wow, she's
absolutely.
beautiful.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So part of when we're reading, sometimes I think all of us do this. I know I have both reading the Bible and outside things like atheism. I'm tunnel visioned. I'm reading into what I want it to say. And sometimes we don't stop to meditate on what is actually being said. Like we're so tunnel vision. So something as small as, okay, if someone pleases, if this woman pleases your eye and you're to take her as wife, I think we do that. I think that's why my husband got with me.
Yeah,
I
that's
think that's always how it starts. I wouldn't.
absolutely. The difference here is I assume that you had a choice. If you didn't, your husband didn't please you, you could have said, "No, sorry, you're nice, but I'm not the girl from you." That part is missing from this section of the Bible. The woman does not have consent. The woman does not have anything to say. She's a prisoner of war, and she is of a spoil of war, and she is considered property.
Well,
You literally bind her to your house.
here's the tunnel vision again. And I don't want to you to think that I am agreeing that every man would have correctly picked every woman and treated every woman right, that every man has. I don't want to get, because again, that's me getting tunnel vision. Okay, I can't tell that, neither can you. We both can't. We just can read what's there and that's it. We can speculate, but that's it.
I agree.
So well, I don't know, but I'm assuming you seem very educated, Frank, so I'm going to say we would agree that today's modern age is different from this time period,
Absolutely.
correct? Okay. So back then, it is, of course, a widespread knowledge of women did not have equal rights as to what they do now, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so back then, a woman was not able to work as freely as I can just get up and say, you know what, I think I'm gonna go apply at Walmart, whatever, or a law firm, and go do that and have that chance. Back then, that wasn't as an easy opportunity as it is right now. So a lot of dependency actually had to come from men. Okay, so now something as grotesque and horrific and terrible as war. I hate war with a passion. My brother's been in the Iraqi war and everything like that. I hate war.
No winners.
Huh?
No, there are no winners in war.
No, there's not. There's really not. So something that we, fortunately, you and I don't have to witness every day is the slaughter of men and women on the streets because of war. Back then, we know that that was a very common practice of people to have war over lands and just the dumbest stuff. Well, anyway, there's children and women that are left without husbands, without homes, without everything. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
I burped.
You don't have to apologize for having your throat cleared.
Yeah, no, sorry. It's the pregnancy. But unfortunately, they would be left without anything, and they can't provide for themselves. So back then, when someone would take them in as wife, they had to provide for them. That was just the way it went. They had to provide no matter. And this is not just a Hebrew practice. This was different ethnicities practiced this as well, that they had to provide for the wife and children. So I wouldn't always look at something like this. And again, I can speculate. It doesn't say all the time in detail, so I can speculate. But I can look at something like this as not always a bad thing. And what I just said was not always a bad thing. Now, again, men and women can abuse things every single day. And this is why one person can ruin it for the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe that that was always a negative as it is promoted in especially the atheist community, that this was like the unmoral thing of God to allow that.
Are you now just confirming my point that different times and different circumstances can put a different spin to actions, and that's why we cannot say something is objectively moral if it's dependent on the situation and if it's dependent on circumstance. That's my point a bit. With morality is always dependent on circumstances. It's always dependent on.
But God never just said, "I want you to rape these people."
No, not.
He would allow.
Not directly.
He would pull himself out and say, "Okay, again, if we read everything and not just go directly to this one verse and then make your own story, if you read everything." He constantly is trying to say, do the right thing. Stop what you're doing. Pull out. There's going to be consequences to your actions. And it's not God doing it. It's not always God doing it. Sometimes God will jump in and he'll say, you know, I'm going to pronounce judgment because y'all have went too far. But a lot of times he's saying, what you're getting ready to do is going to have a ripple effect. And so he never commands and says, you know what? I want you to go rape Sally Sue across the street. He never says that.
No, he gives instructions how to treat women, which basically come down to rape. But that's like saying, I didn't say you should kill somebody, but if you shoot somebody there and there and there, then those are the most effective ways to end life. But I'm not saying that you kill somebody. Yeah? He's almost giving the instructions on how to do something, but he didn't explicitly say go do something. But my point is, if he didn't means for this to happen, if he is against it, why give the instructions what people could or should do anyway, which results in the same, which ends in the same result?
Really, it just boils down to this. Always to know that our consequences of actions. You, as someone who says he has morals, right? Without God, you don't, you
Yes.
have morals. You can honestly tell your son or daughter or whoever, or your wife, if you go and sleep with other men, there's consequences to that on our marriage. If you go and you break into this woman's house and beat her up and steal from her, there's consequences to this.
Yeah.
Daughter, if you go and you lie to these people about your resume and they find out, you could lose your job. There's consequences. So what God does is he tells us consistently from the beginning all the way through the end is that don't be fooled. He tells you don't be a fool, whether you're saved or unsaved. This is something that Christians don't like to take responsibility for. But whatever you do, know that you will reap the consequences of that action. And sometimes it's not just right at that moment, right? So for instance, I could go rob a bank today, but I won't get caught until 3 months from now. Do you
Okay.
agree with that? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what happens when we read about these horrific stories in the Bible. It's not that God is saying, I want you to perform any of these things. He is saying, you do not be deceived. You will reap what you sow, and you will sow it reap it in due time, is what he says.
Okay, so for instance, you're an Israeli soldier. Your army just had conquered an enemy nation, a nation of God. There are a bunch of women prisoners. You see one that you like, you take her, bind her to your house, shave her head, give her 30 days, and afterwards you get to God, and God says, "Hey, you did that. That's wrong."
Say that one more. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
Say.
So let's say that an Israelite did exactly the things that the Bible said. From you can do, if you fancy a woman, you can take her as your wife. Just bind her to your house, shave her head, and take her as your wife. Do you think that God, in hindsight, God says, "Hey, you did that, but no, that was a wrong thing to do"?
I'm not sure I'm
You say
understanding
that
that.
something has consequences in a later state. We have to make up ourselves. These are clear instructions of you can do this. You are permitted to do this. Do you think that these Israelites that did this faced any consequence later on for those actions?
Well, here's the thing. God cannot go against his word. So
But
he can't punish you. If he told you, Frank, I want you to go buy a blue door, and you bought a blue door, he wouldn't then punish you for that at any point in time, because you obeyed a commandment that he had commanded you to do in the first place. So God is the only one that can't sin or be unmoral or immoral, however you want to say it. I mean, he wouldn't punish you for you doing exactly what he told you to do.
But then, do you think that being captured by an enemy nation, being held for 30 days, and then against your will being taken as a wife with everything that belongs that goes with that, do you think that's rape?
Being held for 30 days
If
against
you
your will?
if
Is that rape?
for instance, now China invades America, the men are killed, the women are taken. You are given to a Chinese soldier that likes you. He wants to take you as a wife. You are 30 after 30 days, he's considered you are his wife, and he does with you what he wants. Do you think that it's rape?
Well, I would have a hard time. For me, honestly, I'm feisty. Y'all know this. So I would have a hard time
You
being
would
with
fight
somebody
back.
who I didn't pick. I would have to be in that situation, Frank, to see how he actually treated me, because we can again assume that he was raping me. It doesn't say that he went in and forced the woman to have sex with him. It doesn't say that. It says take him as wife, right? So we can speculate. We can add words in there and add assumptions in there if we want to, but it doesn't say any of that. So who's to say that this is how all the Israelites were doing the women? I mean, that's to say that all Black people steal. That's like one of those assumptions based on race that this is how they were performing this.
But earlier, you yourself described that the position of women in those ages with their rights and with their general position was abysmal, and they didn't have much to say. And that I agree with that. There's a lot of places in the world that today still that
Right.
have these archaic methods and rules.
Mm-hmm.
But they, so. I think it isn't really unrealistic to imagine that if that woman by that so liberated man is declared his wife, that he would expect her to do her duties as wife, which would include sex and bearing children and the other. You're right. We can't say that for sure. It's possible that he bound her for 30 days, shaved her head, and then he said, "Okay, I'm going to respect your wishes."
But it's to assume this is a really, really, really poor assumption on someone who doesn't know God's level for things like this. It's to assume as if God approved of every Israelite's actions, meaning if they were to take a wife, they did it how God says, go, if a woman pleases you, you guys are eye candy to each other, you're flirting, whatever, the whole whatever, and you take each other as man and wife, okay? It's to assume that if he were to hurt her or rape her or do her wrong, that God will go, it's okay. Like at no point in time would God ever, he's a just God. And this is what you have to understand is the God that I serve is the just God. So nothing goes unpunished from what God sees. If you took a wife in and you forced her and were raping her and not feeding her and beating her and mistreating her, do you really think the God of the Bible would just go, oh, well, it is what it is? No, because he commanded both men and women to take care of each other, to not steal, to not lie, don't beat, don't cheat, don't do any of these things. So why is it automatically an assumption that he would just all of a sudden just go, well, that's just the way it goes? Because we're talking about God here. We can't keep talking about man's action. We're talking about how God would do this.
If the Bible was strictly, and that's one of my reasons, I'm pretty convinced atheist, because the Bible makes much more sense if you read it as if it is written by mere men from a certain age and from a certain perspective. But if you said that the Bible promotes mutual care. That's a very good thing to promote. I think that's a very good point. Except that wasn't how marriage was seen for about 19 centuries. For the last almost 2,000 years, women weren't seen as equal. The most common form of rape in this on this entire planet is marital rape. In which women are put in a situation that that once they are married, their consent is obsolete. It falls under their duty as women to provide for their husband and to serve their husband in that way. I think it's fortunate that the church has changed their views a bit and leaned more to you're there for each other, and you should support each other, and you should respect each other. But that's a quite modern view.
But again, you're looking at man. So you're looking at what men do, and when you said the church has changed views, okay, that's people. That's not God. God's views have never changed, nor has his instructions ever changed on this. He's from day one, literally all the way into the end, he has commanded us to treat each other well.
So do you think that all the Christians in the last 19th centuries had it wrong?
All the what?
all the Christians in the last from the
If they
time of
went
Jesus
against God's word, yep.
to the 18th century. So
If they went against God's word, yep.
but they didn't think that they went against.
Doesn't matter what they think. Doesn't matter what they think. If they abandoned the instructions, let's do this again. If I had an instruction manual on how to build a computer, and I said, well, you know what? I'm going to add some cheese in here, and I'm going to put some of my rabbit on a wheel in here, and I'm going to drop a couple of leaves and some seeds inside of the computer.
Yeah.
Did I follow the instructions? Is it going to go well if I turn on that computer? No. Why? Because I have abandoned the instructions, but I still called myself a computer.
Then I have an interesting question for you. On what basis do you determine that they were interpreting the word wrong and that you are interpreting it right?
The fruit.
How do you mean the fruit?
The fruit. So, for instance, let me refill my coffee. Actually, I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Hold on.
If you don't, I'm going to the bathroom for a moment.
Okay. And if you guys have not liked yet, go ahead and hit like, subscribe if you're not subscribed. I know it's really early here where I'm at, so. Well, you know what? I'll be right back one more time. Okay. I'm back. All right. So
I was off to the bathroom myself too. So
is yours cold?
I took a small break too. So.
Is your coffee cold?
Oh no, it's always cold. It's color zero. So.
Nice. Okay, so what I was saying was the fruit. Okay, so for instance, the Catholic Church still has priests, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the Bible actually states that there's no more priest after Christ came because he is the great high priest. Okay, so I don't know if you probably won't be, but I don't want to assume you're not really familiar with the roles of what a priest is supposed to do, biblically speaking.
It depends. I think if I talk to different Christians, I will give different answers.
Biblically speaking, not what people say. Mind you, let's stick to what it says. Biblically speaking, do you know the role of a priest?
I don't, not by heart, no.
Okay.
So
Biblically speaking, in short terms, just so we're not going on a lesson here, they would offer the sacrifices for people's sins daily on behalf of the people to God. Okay.
Okay.
And they would offer up like peace offerings on behalf of the people. Okay, so when Christ came, he was the sacrifice. Okay,
and no sacrifice was not needed after.
There you go. And that is literally the role of a priest. Outside of that, all this other stuff, it's all man-made. It's never in the Bible. You'll never see it in the Bible. And so in the Catholic Church, this is a practice to this very day that you go to the priest, the father of the church, and he speaks to God on your behalf, and he reads the Bible to you, and he does all these things for you on your behalf to God. So you don't go directly to God. Okay. Biblically speaking, and please test everything that I say. Watch this after and go confirm what I say is true or not. Biblically speaking, the Bible has made it clear that Christ was once and done, and there will never be another need. Okay. So the fruit that I'm talking about, Frank, comparing what the Bible says compared to what man's actions are doing, this is how we can know that they have it wrong, or whoever. If I do it too, anytime I go outside of the Bible, which trust me, I break I break everything every day, okay,
Yeah.
then it's me who's wrong, not God's word. God's word didn't change. It's me who's not obeying.
So you don't see the fact that that the church and the Christianity has changed incredibly in the last centuries. What they think what was right, what they think
People,
was
yeah,
wrong.
people for sure, people, but not God's word. The word has stayed the same.
But how do you know that after you, there's not a generation that's going to say about you, and okay, what she was doing, that was wrong. That was wrong. This is
I'm sure
new.
they can find a lot that I've done that's wrong.
But
It's like,
yeah,
let's keep it real. I mean, I could tell you a lot that I do that's wrong.
I think for a Christian, it's impossible not to do things wrong. I mean, two of the Ten Commandments are subconscious, so we have no control over it. I think that's exactly why how it's set up. But that's a different topic. But in terms of morality, it comes down to interpretation, and I'm absolutely sure that you think that you have the correct interpretation, except every Christian has thinks he has the perfect interpretation, and every Christian ever has thought that his lifestyle and his choices were according to the Bible. And the word slavery was mentioned earlier. Christians didn't have a problem with it. The German Nazis were devout Christians, and they didn't thought that their actions were according to the Bible and to Christianity. So for me, even Christian morality is completely objective, because it always comes down in how do you interpret the word of Christ, and there is no way of checking whether you're correct or not.
So I really like talking to you, Frank, because you bring up a lot of really good points, very common points, but very good points. So they weren't Christian, okay? So Christian means follower of Christ. Follow what Christ did
Yes.
and what he taught. So the fact that the Nazis taught that there's a superior race and to slaughter millions of people, not just Jewish people, but anyone outside of who they thought was the perfect race, that is not
Gypsies,
following
Jehovah's.
Christ at all. Because Christ said there's neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female, yada, yada, yada. Meaning, he doesn't care about what skin shade you have. He doesn't care about if you're skinny or fat, or if you come from this background or that background, or if you're a CEO or if you're a janitor. That's what Christ is saying. It's not about any of that stuff. So when people claim the title of Christian, this is why I say, just because you say you're Christian means nothing. You will know them by their fruits. That's what Jesus said, because if you follow me, you will deny self. Take up your cross and follow me, is what Christ said. And anyone outside of that who is practicing living in this lifestyle, I mean, literally practicing. I'm not talking about if you sin and then you go back. I'm talking about practice. So Nazis were not Christians.
But that's your interpretation, because from their point of view,
No.
Your interpretation is wrong.
Do you know how many people right now say that they're Christian and never have picked up a Bible? Majority.
I think quite a lot. I think there are also people, a lot of people that are Christian out of tradition. My parents were Christians, so I'm Christian too. But
so do you know Jesus said, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, didn't we do this in your name? Didn't we do that? Didn't we do this? Didn't we do that? And Jesus says, I will say to them, I never knew you.
Yeah,
you know that?
I've heard it before.
So just because someone says something and says that they're this and has the t-shirt that says Christian on it means nothing.
But again, in terms of morality, let me explain how I see Christian morality. Because let's for argument's sake, say that you're right. God exists, and either God is or has the moral standards. To me, that's like saying that we have a very complicated math question that nobody knows how to answer, and one group says, "Yeah, but we have the answer. It's floating on a tablet around the sun." So we have access to the answer. But as long as you don't, if you have a standard but you don't have access to it, then you don't have then you don't have a standard. For morality, the only thing you have is the Bible. That's God's word. But everybody looks at the Bible different. Everybody has his own interpretation of the Bible without being able to confirm whether or not God agrees or not. We don't have we don't have a direct line. We have a lot of people that say they talk with God or for God, or God speaks to their hearts, but then they do completely different things. So we have no way of confirming whether or not your actions are indeed in line of God. For instance, a very ridiculous idea, but imagine God was cheering on for the Nazis. Finally, somebody gets it right. Somebody is punishing the Jews. That's what I want. How do you determine that? How can you say that that is not the case?
Okay, so why do you say that rape is wrong?
Personally, I believe in the golden rule: don't do something to another that you don't like having done to yourself.
Who said that?
I think that's a natural state. I think that's a natural
Jesus said
consequence.
that. That's where that comes from. Jesus said that.
A lot more people than that said it.
So you say that rape is wrong because you want people to be treated as they would want to be treated. That's why it's wrong.
Yes, for a last part. For me, morality is a combination of multiple factors. I think from an evolutionary point, we evolved as or developed as a social group, and as you can see in nature, the moment groups work together, you get social hierarchy, you get rules, you get certain code of conduct within the group, and for general basis for evolution is if something is beneficial, it's get passed on, and we see in nature cooperation is beneficial. So from that point of view, we're already destined, or we're already wired to cooperate and to adhere to a social structure.
But to be destined or to be wired, it has to be someone doing it for you.
No, I think that this is a cause and effect, a trial and error, and cause and effect consequence.
So the reason why you think rape is wrong is because God's law is written on your heart. That's why everybody, you don't even have to teach a kid if a kid is doing something wrong, they would know that they're doing something wrong, and that's why they do it in secret. You know that if you were watching pornography and your wife is in the house, you wouldn't be doing it right in front of her. You would be in another room doing it. Why do you do that? Because you know it's wrong. These codes that are written by God in our heart to let us know that we are doing wrong or right.
There are a lot of couples that watch pornography together. There are a lot
Correct.
of
And do they do it in the street?
Do they do it in the street? No, because that's personal choice, and you don't want other people affected by your personal choice.
Because it would be wrong. It would be wrong if we went and we sat and pulled out our chairs, sat in the middle of the street, and put on a projector on the side of a building and started watching pornography. In fact, the law would lock you up for doing such a thing. Why? Because it's wrong. So it doesn't matter if the couple does it together or if the couple does it separate. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is everyone knows the difference between right and wrong. And it doesn't matter if you're here or if you're in Africa. There is a law that you're going to be judged by, and you're a man of the law.
If I go in the street and put the second cello concert of Beethoven on full blast, I'm also getting arrested, and I'm also breaking the law. Do you think that listening to to Beethoven is also wrong?
No, it would be at a certain decimal point, how loud you put it, and that's just because it would be disturbing. But it wouldn't be illegal to listen to Beethoven in the street.
No, it wouldn't be illegal to watch porn in the street if I'm watching it on my phone.
Correct, because it is people having sex with other people.
It's if your choices affect others without their consent or without their it invades their lives, then you go into the wrong part. And with porn, it's same like horror. There's an age limit. So you're in public. You're also in risk of people seeing it that are below the limit of the age. So it's a bit more complicated than that. But so, if you just to say it's wrong because if you do it in the street, it's also wrong. Now, if you subject other people to it, do you think it's wrong to be nude?
In public, yes.
In public, yes.
Yes.
But does that make being nude immoral?
Immoral?
Yeah.
To show your body to somebody else who you're not married to in front of children, yes, it's very immoral.
In public, and that part because
there's
you're forcing
other
your
married
nudity
couples,
on.
There's children. There's elderly people. Yes, it's immoral.
Is it wrong to be nude in your own house?
Not in my own house.
Exactly. So
because nobody, but that's not causing anyone else to sin. So if I were to get naked right now and go stand in the middle of the street, I'm causing someone else's husband to stare at me, to lust for me. Okay, I'm causing children who shouldn't be seeing a naked woman, causing them to say, "Whoa, what is going on?" Versus if I'm in the house with my husband and I'm naked in front of my husband, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that because I'm his wife. My body is for him, just like his body is for me, to please me, for me to please him. So there's nothing wrong with me being naked in front of my husband.
So being nude is not objectively wrong. It's just
you said in public.
In public, it's wrong. So it's dependent on the situation. And
give me a scenario then where rape is good.
Now, I already said personally, I don't think rape is good because I value the opinion. For me, it's detestable to do that to somebody without his or her consent. If you look at, for instance, Scotland. England thought they had it was their right to have the first night on of Scottish women. They thought they were that they were in the moral superiority. They didn't thought it was wrong. Child soldiers in Africa are taught to be to use rape as weaponized thing. And as I said before. Christianity has created conditions that completely take away women's possibility for consent or the possibility for objection. They said, if you are a wife, then this is what you were supposed to do. And everybody thinks that it's right. or not everybody. A lot of people think that's justified.
So does a lot of people thinking something make it right? Because a lot of people thought Jews should die. Does that make it right? Because a lot of people thought it.
I don't think so. But I think that that if you are if you are raised in a complete situation where you are taught that something is right, and you will think that that is normal. That's why slavery went on for so long. People were taught that slavery was just the order of the day. It was just the natural order of things, and it was man shall not make equal what God has created unequal. So if you are taught, that's what I mean with morality is being subjective. Is if you are in a situation where everyone around you thinks it's normal, you will think it's normal too.
But does you thinking something normal make it good?
No, it makes normal. It makes it good for me. I acknowledge that a lot of moral views I have, and I have a pretty strong moral compass of my own. But I acknowledge that a lot of that comes from the time and the place I'm raised in the Netherlands, that are quite heavy on the moral side. My parents gave me a strong moral compass. Had I been raised in a different environment, in a different time, in a different place, I'm fairly sure that I wouldn't have the moral values I have today.
So tell me then, how would you verify your actions are good? You challenged me on that earlier. How do you verify that what you've been taught is actually good?
Then we come back to the five senses. But I don't know for sure that I'm good. I'm doing it. How do you say, the best of my abilities. I'm doing them according to my own moral views, but those are different. I eat meat occasionally. I don't try to do it all the time, but I love eating steak. I have a lot of vegan persons that think that eating meat is evil. So I'm doing something wrong. And I don't think I'm doing something wrong. They do think I'm doing something wrong. They're raised different.
But how do you test this? Since us Christians are held to such a high standard on testing our morality and the Word of God, you living without God, because this is what the whole thing is about, why atheism is dangerous in my eyes. Okay, because at least I can give you an answer for a surety. This is why I believe rape is wrong, lying is wrong, stealing, whatever the thing is. We could put whatever on that. Where do you verify for certain that what you're doing is right or wrong? Bye, Joseph.
I'm doing it according to the societal rules. I do it according to my own personal inbring, but that's all dependent on how I've been raised. And there's a biological and personality factor in it, but as I said, for me, morality is a combination of things. So it includes also my personality. For instance, I got two older brothers. They are different, and we disagree on certain moral things. I am much more leaning to left than they are. They are. For instance, they wouldn't mind getting the death penalty back, and I'm against that. And so we already having the same, having been brought up in the same society and in the same family, being taught the same things, still have things we have different. So as I said, we make our own morality based on a number of things. Whether that is correct, I don't think there is a correct morality. I'm glad that we as a society are learning from our mistakes and learning from the past, and slowly we're getting to a better and better situation. But I'm not certain. I cannot say that objectively I'm doing right. For instance, I said I'm eating meat. I love steak. I love eating meat from time to time. I think it's a good possibility that in 200 years, the entire eating of meat and other animals is be look at it as a barbaric. That people are looking back in 200 years, looking back at our age, and the same way as we are looking back to slavery, and we are saying we cannot understand how people didn't understand that was evil. Perhaps people in 200 years are looking back to us and say, hey, they were eating other animals. How could they ever think that was moral? But I'm judging my morality based on my current understanding and based on current society and rules like that. And I think Christians do so too, except they include the Bible in those teachings. But am I? That didn't come out as clear as. Am I?
No, I understand what you're saying. No. I understand. I'm processing what you're saying. Let's take some time for some questions really quick. I think this is a good question. So Yara says, is the reason you don't believe in God because of the evil in the world?
No, I think that's a very poor argument.
Some people believe that. Some people say that. So I think it's valid to say. I know that
it's one of the more common arguments for atheism. I personally think it's a bad one because let's say, okay, it's not. Or let's put it in another way, it's a bad argument against the existence of God, because God could be careless. God could be a sadistic bastard himself. It doesn't. The presence of evil doesn't disprove the existence of a God. If you say God is all good, all knowing, and all loving, and He's all powerful, then you will run into some contradictions as to why there is suffering because it means that everything that happens is automatically by God design.
So why don't you believe in God? Like, what is if you can only pick one reason, what is your top reason to say for 99.9% sure, because you said you don't know for sure, but I think you're 99% sure.
Yes.
What is that driving factor for you to say there is no God?
It's hard to say because it's a factor from many things altogether, but it comes a bit down to two things. I think the evidence for the existence of God is incredibly lacking, and almost on every front, I think the secular explanation for things are much more plausible and much more likely than the theistic explanation for things.
So what's the evidence that you speak of that shows there is no God?
I said the evidence is lacking. It's not that there is positive evidence for the absence of God. If there was positive evidence for the absence of God, I wouldn't be an agnostic atheist. I think, for instance, morality, I think it's much more better explained through secular reasoning. I think how the world developed and how the world, how the world became, is much more better explained through secular and scientific reasons.
So explain that for me. Would you give me examples as to, do you believe evolution? Is that where you're coming from? You believe we evolved?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. So first, it's a two-part question. If you have time. I know we already been. I don't know how much
I
time
have
you
enough time.
Okay.
I'm more worried for you in your situation.
Oh, I'm fine. They're still sleeping. So number one, what are your beliefs? Because everybody seems to be so different. What are your beliefs about how sun, earth, moon, stars, everything came to be, and then how human beings came to be? Two-part question. What's your belief?
For my, if you call it belief, I just accept the scientific consensus on that.
Which one?
The current prevailing that our universe began to form as the way it is with the theory of cosmic inflation. Which caused a chain reaction of events that eventually led to partial clouds, which led to stars, which led to planets, and so on, which formed the galaxy as we know, of the universe as we know it.
So the slow process of stars
Of 14.1
forming,
billion
sun
years.
forming, everything. Okay, and that's your explanation. Of course, that we can go into depth, but I'm just trying to get a general summation about this. But because see, everybody's so different. Even talking to the atheist the other night, they say something else. They say something else, and everyone says it's science, but everybody else's explanations are so different.
That's something because I love talking about these topics. I'm online quite a lot. If people are visiting, a lot of discussions about on YouTube about between atheists and between theists, creationists and atheists. There's a good and reasonable chance that you've seen Brabble-based as one of the commenters, but. I think there are a lot of misconceptions, I think, about atheism as well. Atheism is simply no belief in the gods, whether it's you have a disbelief in the existence of the god, or you have a non-existence in the belief of you believe in non-existence of God. Doesn't matter which one, but that's it. Everything else beyond the belief of non-existence in God is up for grabs. All the rest is personal preference. So
but see, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense then. Then why is it being taught in schools, atheism being taught in schools and evolution being taught in schools? If it's up for everybody's grabs, you can interpret however you want to and do whatever you want to with the information. That's why I say it's dangerous, because nobody actually knows the truth.
Sorry, but you are talking about two different things. Evolution has nothing to do with atheism. Atheism has nothing to do with evolution. I can reject evolution completely. I can say, I think that aliens put us here. As long as I don't believe that there was a God involved, that is an atheistic belief. It doesn't require evolution.
But because that's what's being taught in school, so we're not being taught in schools. Alien, like I'm sorry, I just never, at least here in the States, we don't get taught aliens created things. We get taught evolution from the time that we're young. So because that is what's taught in our schools and accepted as truth, how is it that it can then be, and you don't have to know the answer, I'm not trying to get a gotcha or anything, I'm just thinking out loud. How is it that that would be acceptable when it's so subjective and anybody can just take whatever version of the beginning of everything, okay, and also the beginning of human beings, both, you can play with it however you want to without someone saying this is objectively true.
You're conflicting the personal ideas with accepted scientific explanations. Evolution is the leading scientific explanations. I mean, like 99% of all biologists, all chemists, all geneticists, all agree that evolution is currently the best explanation we have for the diversity and the development of life here on Earth.
They all agree?
There will be some that I don't know if you know the descent from Darwin action. somewhere, I believe somewhere like 25 years ago, some scientists started the Descent of Darwin petition that scientists could add the name. And it said, we think that Darwin requires more study. But if you go look at how many people that signed that petition, I don't think it's 0.2% of the scientific community. So I'm fairly certain to say that like 99% of all the experts in that field have accepted evolution. That's why this is why it's considered a scientific theory.
But it keeps changing. So the scientific,
that's what science does.
Conflicting information. So as I said before, the Bible is the same. Like these books right here are the same. It's not changing day to day or even decade by decade or century by century. These books are the same books, right? With science constantly changing, which change in itself with gaining more knowledge about something is good. But to completely change doctrines constantly is not good. Because some scientists say, and this is why I had asked earlier, some scientists say it wasn't a big bang, it was a slow process. Others say it was a big bang, it was a chaotic process, and then it just things form. Another says, and it's just like, it depends on who you say, and they're all scientists, they all have that title, right? So I wonder, how do you verify which one is actually correct?
I wonder if this is just a form of miscommunication, because as I say, the official name is the theory of cosmic inflation, which is most popularly known by the name the Big Bang. But people think because it's Big Bang, it was an explosion, but it wasn't an explosion. You can better compare it with a drop of oil on a surface, on a water surface that expands incredibly fast. And it did expand incredibly fast, but that was just the initial moment. The things after that was a chain reaction, and that took about 14.5 billion years. And I don't know a lot of scientists that are they might be conflating that date a bit, but I don't think that anybody said that happened 2 weeks ago.
So Frank, how do you verify that if you can't verify millions and millions of years ago? I mean, this is what I'm saying.
We can verify it.
and even the cosmic inflation and everything like that says it's a matter of fact that these things happen, and we can't verify or test any of these things happening because it happened so long ago. But when we say God created the heavens and the earth and we are here, then we're called the cuckoo for cray ones.
Well, what would you consider explicit evidence left behind that God did it?
Because I love this question. Thank you for finally getting to this question. Okay, in Genesis, it talks about the creation story. Okay, God created the heavens, the earth, and everything in them, right? He created the beast after their kind, the cattle after their kind, human beings after their kind, trees after their kind, etc., after their kind. Now, because science says that what science is the ability to test things, repeat things, observe things, correct?
You're talking about the scientific
method?
Methods.
Right.
How that the creationist version is that science has to be directly observed or has to be directly tested before
correct.
Scientific.
Correct. So, look,
that's not
this is why I say
scientific,
I personally believe God, Frank. You ready? This is why Kanisha personally, but I ain't speaking for nobody else. I don't care about church follower history. I don't care. I'm talking about myself. Genesis says that God created man and woman, and man plus woman equals either a little man or a little woman. Okay. He also says cattle plus cattle equal cattle. Fruit tree plus fruit tree equals fruit tree, etc., etc. I can personally, without having to believe scientists, without having to believe you or my mommy or my daddy or my own consensus, I can test this theory every single time and see the fruit of it. So if I go have sex with my husband, we're going to create another human. If I take my dog and put my male dog with my female dog while she's in heat, what's going to happen? Another dog's going to pop out. I'm a gardener. I'm an avid gardener. I have thousands of plants. Okay. I can take a fruit tree of this variation with this fruit tree of this variation and graft them in together, and it still produces fruit. So because I personally do not have to depend, and I'm not saying scientists are bad. I love science. We wouldn't know half the stuff we know without science, okay, including our medical. And I love the medical field. My family is avid medical field people, okay? But without even having to go down this, I need to trust the theories and the methods that some people in the lab that are owned by the governments half the time. I can test all these theories myself, and I can see that they repeat. I can test and I can observe with my own eyes the outcome of this every single time. Every time I do this experiment.
Are your children, are those an exact copy of you? I mean
What do you mean by
copy.
an exact copy? Do you mean human? Yes.
Are they 100% exactly the same like you?
As far as
are they slightly different? Are they?
They're human every time.
Yeah, they're human. That's if you would give birth to something that wasn't human, then we can toss evolution completely out of the window. I assume that your children are slightly different. I mean, my three brothers are all three taller than both of my parents.
But you're all human.
Oh, yeah.
Evolution says that you have changed, slight change. Now they say slight changes. Before it wasn't just slight changes, but now they say slight changes over time equal you're a whole different kind.
Yeah, not
yes, kind.
How do you define kind? Kind is not a scientific
term. Did we start off as humans, evolution-wise? Did we start off as humans, like as you and I are right now at this moment, or were we something else? And tell me what that something else was.
We were a hominid species before. We have a archaeology. So the word in archaeology, we've got fossil record going back to about 7 million years to the last human ancestor, and those are almost 50% Sibian and 50% human. Let me ask you a question. If you look at your skin, do you get goosebumps?
Yeah.
At times. Why do you think you get goosebumps?
It depends. Sometimes it's my husband. Sometimes I'm scared. Sometimes I'm cold.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think the function is for why do you think that is? Except for that,
I could not tell you. I cannot tell you why I have
as a
goosebumps.
guy, I can't say that a cold doesn't bother me because my goosebumps betray me. But other than that, it doesn't have really function because we have a very few hairs that stand up straight, because that's what goosebumps are. Our hairs stand up straight. All our closest relatives and families also have goosebumps. The cats have goosebumps. There's now, if you scare a cat, their hair goes up straight, and their fur is going to get thicker. They're going to look bigger. If they're cold, their hair goes stand up straight. Their fur gets thicker. It holds more air, and they get more isolation. It's a mechanism we have that it makes perfectly sense if we had a fur coat. Except we have a trait that doesn't do anything for us because we don't have a fur coat. Why do you think God has given us goosebumps?
Hold on, because I feel like this kind of just skimmed over what I was saying earlier about
sorry.
Same kind. It's okay, but same kinds with same kinds. Okay. So now I'm assuming. So what was the very first human?
If you go back, then that would probably be a bacteria. Go all the way back to bacterial life or first cellular life.
What were they? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Frank.
If you go back long enough, eventually you get to life on a cellular level, so almost at a virus or a bacterial level.
So human beings started off as cells.
As cells, and then.
Well, I guess that proves that babies are humans then in the womb. Okay. Where is the proof? And by proof, that's a strong word. Where is the proof that I can personally go test and see that the information that you're saying is accurate?
When we talk about proof, you say you have to be able to test it, and you have to be able to directly observe it.
Well, the scientific method, that's what it says with science.
The creationist interpretation, yes. The actual scientific explanation, no. Imagine I go to the hospital with an inflammation, with a fever. I go to the hospital with a fever. They run tests on my fever, and they find out that I had an inflammation in my knee. That causes the fever. By creationist definition, if that inflammation is already gone when they do the tests, then it's not science. But if the information is still there when they do the test, then it's science, because it's observable. For science, that definition doesn't. That definition does not.
So we're talking about how humans became humans, how dogs became dogs, how fruit trees, etc. We're talking about evolution in itself, because I was seeing. I actually wrote it down. Because you're just talking about reactions in the human body.
I'm talking about what we consider evidence and what we consider science. We can still paint a very accurate and very correct picture by evidence left behind. If you
right, and there's no evidence left behind of a whole different kind being human.
There's absolutely evidence left behind.
So that's what I'm asking. Where's that evidence, Frank? That's what I'm asking for.
For instance, the goosebumps I just said is a vestigial. I think it's vestigial trait. It's a trait we still have from something we used to be. So we used to have a fur coat. We don't have that anymore, but we still have the ability for our hands to, for our skin to stand up. In terms of genetics, we share an incredibly lot with the other members of the great apes family. There are genetic deficiencies that are passed on generations that can be found in both in great ape species and in us, which means that they are from before the split. And all those signs all show, as well as the fossil records, show that we evolved over time. If you we are still evolving, we're still changing. If you go to any building from about 300-400 years ago, I'm about 183 centimeters tall, almost 6 foot, 5'9", I think. I have to duck with every room I enter. I have to duck in some rooms. I can't even stand straight because my head would be on the ceiling. Why? Because people 400 years ago were generally a lot smaller. So even as a
But
species,
they were
we're still
human.
changing.
They were human. That never changes. So that's
But
like to say, this is where I get with you guys. Like I think evolution is such a lie that it's sad that so many people believe it, because that's like to say, okay, midgets are actually not human.
no,
Because midgets
that's
can
not what I'm saying.
repeat.
That's just proof that we are changing. Except now come the interesting question: how much can we change that you still call, let's you use your terms, when is still a kind still a kind?
When is a kind still a kind? When a human makes another human.
Now, let's take dogs for instance. They come from wolves. And they have been bred, which is kind of the evolutionary process, except artificial. But we have done it to Chihuahuas and to Great Danes. Are Chihuahuas and Great Danes the same kind?
They're the same kind.
But what makes them the same kind?
Because they're dogs.
Yeah, because we name them dogs. If you
Because they're what
if
dogs? Sorry.
if you would not have known the existence of dogs, and you would enter an island with all the breeds we know today, would you look at a Dalmatian and look at a Chihuahua and say, yes, that's the same animal?
Yeah, you can tell the same animal. Okay, if I were to show you a picture of a bear, and that bear just so happened to be a white bear, what would your first answer be? What kind of bear that is?
A polar bear, because
A polar bear.
Yeah.
If I showed you a small, teeny tiny black bear, you would say that's a baby black bear. You would say whatever the case is. Variations of genetics does not all of a sudden make somebody unaware of what kind of animal that is.
And if I show you a picture of a porcupine and a hedgehog, would you say, or an echidna?
Same kind.
They are not even the same species. They are not even one is a rodent, one is an insectivoid, and they are not even closely remoted. They look alike.
One is a rodent and one is an insect. Did you say?
Insectoid, and an echidna even lays eggs. So you got one. Just saying from they look like each other, and then they are the same. But as I said, a Dalmatian and a Chihuahua doesn't look like each other. That's almost closer than a rat and a cheetah. Cheetahs, by the way, have a lot of things that dogs do have. They can't retract their nails. They have a longer nose, and they have short hair. The science doesn't work with it looks like each other, therefore it is each other. We call them dogs because they come from dogs. We can breed dogs to have scales, wings, and gills, and whatever. They will still be dogs because they what they are is determined by heredity. But that's why I'm curious. What do you say is a kind? What makes a kind a kind? When do you say that something is not the same kind anymore?
A bird is not a fish. That's
A bird
a
is not
different
a fish.
kind. Yes.
Those
So
are.
if you were to say a pigeon is a salmon, I would say those are two different kinds.
So if we get breeding so far that we get so far that dogs can get scales and gills, would you say then it's still a dog? Because it will still come from dogs.
If a dog developed scales and gills, you said what I say is that a dog? Is that your question?
How much has a species have to change before you?
So that's never happened. That a dog having scales and gills has never happened. So I
No,
like to stick to what reality is, and
it has
reality has
no, but
shown that dogs make dogs, birds with birds, flowers with flowers, humans with humans. Like it's
you're now completing order, and let's go back, because, as I said, kind is not a scientific term. Kind is a biblical term, and the problem with the word kind is it's used whatever it's needed to use in the argument for creationists. They refuse profoundly to give the definition, because if you give it a definition, you will see how poorly that word is. Because if you look at it from a species kind, if you say kind is equal to species, then we already can say no, we have new species all the time. We have observed new species. So that doesn't work. If you say then, okay, kind is closer to family, so what you say, the dog, the canine family, or the feline family, the cats, a family of cats, then you run into the problem that we will never see one kind producing another kind, because family is determined by hereditary. So it doesn't matter what traits eventually lead to what difference it will get. It will always be for instance, for dogs, it will always be a dog, because it comes from the lines of dogs. So however you see it, you run into problems. What I'm asking is, how do you determine what is a cat and what is a dog? How do you see the difference between those two? And how much change can a species undergo before you say okay? Because we are. Do you know ring species? For instance. Let's take America. You have the Minnesota rabbits. Rabbits got to America, started to spread out in America, and some of them went up to north and became Alaska rabbits, and some go south and became, I think, the Florida rabbits, or I think the Florida rabbits. You think you would say they are all the same kind?
Yeah, a rabbit's still a rabbit.
They are still rabbits, but if you take, for instance, interbreeding, Minnesota rabbits can interbreed with Alaska rabbits. Those can provide offspring. Minnesota rabbits can provide offspring with when breeding with the Florida rabbit. But if you put a Florida rabbit and a Alaskan rabbit together, they can't produce offspring anymore, because they are so different. So are the Florida rabbit and the Alaska rabbit, are those the same kind?
Yes.
Because they change so much that they can't produce.
They're still rabbits.
They're still rabbits.
They're still rabbits. They do not change kinds. Species can change dramatically. In fact, when God commanded the animals to go onto the boat, it wasn't the exact same lions, 7 pairs of the lions or whatever. There were different variations there, and this is how we can get dramatically different species. We can even just do that right now. I can have sex with my husband, have a daughter. My daughter can have a daughter. My daughter can have a daughter. My daughter can have a daughter. You know, and it just goes on, their daughter, and it just keeps passing down. From what I look like right now to what my great granddaughter looks like, generations from now, can vary quite a bit. But we're still human. The ability to be human and what makes us human does not change. Just because genetics can pass down and alter depending on who has the good time with who and develops a child, does not all of a sudden take away their human beingness.
So if you say, then let's extrapolate it over a longer period and a longer time. Humans, a tribe of humans go to Australia, become the aboriginals. change bone structure, change diet, change dietary systems, change dental sounds. Everything changes. The hair color, the habits, they completely adapt to their situation. And a tribe goes to Northern Europe and grow thick fur and become almost bear-like things. And they come together and they can't produce offspring together. Are they the same species? Are they the same kind?
So I feel like we're kind of going in circles here. I'm going to stick with what Genesis says because I can see it and it repeats. Okay, having a variation of species doesn't bother me. I mean, if I had a Chihuahua that had sex with a Pomeranian and it comes up with a whole different kind of dog, it doesn't bother me at all. It still proves my point that what God has stated from the beginning is exactly what we see to this very day. And I don't have to depend on everybody else to prove this for me. I can see this happening before my eyes. So this is where I don't need blind faith as much as everybody says that Christians walk around with blind faith. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. In fact, the Bible is the only religion that tells you to test things over and over and over and over and over and over. And not to just believe anything just because. The Bible, so far, what I have seen, is the only one that says that. So, to be fair, I see where you're trying to go with this, Frank, but where I firmly stand is that evolution is not science at all. To say that humans evolved from this whole different kind, and I'm going to keep the word kind because I think we don't have to be rocket scientists to know what we're saying. From this whole different kind to this whole different kind of what we are now, I don't believe that science. We're unable to even verify that. You have to have more faith to be an atheist because atheism beliefs say there is no creator, there is no God, and all this stuff just randomly, slowly over billions and billions of years, which we can never confirm or see, has just so happened to come together at the exact point in time to make everything perfectly. Okay, the trees for oxygen, the water for life, the sun for heat and warmth, and for growing plants, etc. We can keep going on and on and on. It just so happened that all of these things just fell into place, and we just have to accept that. Or I can go with the other theory that this was all created exactly the way it is, and this is why it's held up to exactly what it is right now, and why we only have one planet, just like what God said, one planet where there's life form here, human beings, and there's not multiple. Because if evolution is true, that means there has to be multiple planets that have the same thing, which science has never to this day found another habitable life planet. And I mean, if evolution were true, there's no way that we could be the only one that just so happened for everything to fall into place at the exact same time.
I don't think it is. But how many planets have we visited?
How many planets? What?
How many planets are aside from Earth? How many planets did we visit?
Have we visited?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
None. We've landed on the moon. That's our personal satellite. Is that you can call that a planet? Then
but science has overwhelmingly said that this is not inhabitable. This is not inhabitable. This is the atmosphere alone, the winds alone, the ice alone, the coming into the atmosphere, the heat alone, blah blah. Scientists have already stated that we can't enter into these atmospheres these planets because of the danger. The Earth is the only one that we literally can go out of space, come back into it, and still live.
There are already dozens of planets that we have looked upon that have possible atmosphere and have possible water and have possible conditions for life. The problem is they are so far away. We can only look at them. That's almost the same as saying as going to the ocean, filling a glass of water and saying, "Look, there are no fish in the glass of water, so there are no fish in the ocean." yeah,
No, but we can test what we already know, Frank. This is what I'm saying. We can have what ifs all day long. Thank you, honey. It's okay. We can have tests all day long. I mean, theories of this and this and that all day long. We know that there are fish in the ocean. We have seen the fish in the ocean. We have seen they could verify, at least science says this, that from what we can see with these Hubble telescopes and all this far stuff, that they're inhabitable. We cannot find so far with the most advanced technology that we have, which is pretty freaking advanced. Yes, it's going to improve more and more, but it's pretty advanced to where I believe we would have seen some type of form already of some type of life existence, but we can't. And there's a reason why we can't, because we have been created, and Earth and everything in Earth is created. And this is why Earth is the only habitable, planet that literally sustains life, because it's designed this way. And it's not an accident, Frank, that the sun and the moon repetitively.
For me, it's the other way around. For me, it's logical that life was able to flourish here and to develop here because the conditions were good, and not that the conditions were created for us. If you, by your logic, if you go into a desert and you stumble upon an oasis, everywhere around the oasis is dead ground for life, but the oasis has perfect conditions for the life that grows around the oasis. It's cooler, it has water. So by your definition, that oasis has to be created and there by purpose, because it is perfect condition for the plants that live there. I think.
Could you go there and stand there and breathe?
I think it's different. I think.
Could you go and stand there in that oasis and breathe?
You can stand and breathe on 90% of this planet. Yes.
Could you walk there?
Yeah.
Could you set up a house there if you wanted to?
I think you're kind of missing the point. You're saying that if the conditions are perfect for something to thrive and to live there, it must mean that those conditions are created for that life. And I see it differently. I say because the conditions are suitable here for life, life developed and life became as it is. And it is not. It's not perfect. I mean, there are billions, if not millions, around the other way around, millions, if not billions, of species that already have lived and died on this planet. They had their time and they passed it on. Was the Earth not meant?
But Frank, to be fair, give me one other place then. Just one other place to where you and I could be sitting and having this same conversation besides Earth.
I can't. So you said from the ocean, because we know, you say that's a wrong analogy, because we know that there is fish, because we visit the ocean. We have been into the ocean. We have looked into the ocean. We haven't visited space. We haven't been. That's why I said we haven't even set foot on another planet yet. We have looked at planets, and even with looking, there are dozens of planets that we say are potentially suitable for life, potentially have an atmosphere, or have even some might have chloroform, which is what algae and stuff creates. So the trouble is we are so far removed. We can never. Never in our lifetime visit those places. So to say that we are the only one, the only suitable place in the entire world, is a bit difficult to say. If we, if there is so much space and room that we either cannot see, either cannot, or never can visit. So. I'm standing a bit different in that than you. For me, the fact that we haven't found another planet is not confirmation that there isn't one. If you understand what I mean. For me, it's just when we haven't found it, but it's still very plausible. If you look at the calculations, it's almost impossible not to have it. But.
So let me ask you what I asked the other atheists. So far, nobody's been able to answer me on this. Actually, let me use the bathroom real quick. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Okay?
No problem.
I'll be right back.
I'm reading the comments by the way in the meanwhile. Yes, talk to us. I'm going. I'm going back from the. Are you a gay man? No, I am very much heterosexual, attracted to women. So sorry if you're hoping. Sorry, no. I hope I'm clear enough, because my English is reasonably good, but I don't get the chance quite often to speak it. So I might not be the most clear English speaker. I'm sorry, Nisha, I'm reacting to some comments.
It's okay. It's okay. I think your English is good, by the way. I can understand you. Some words I have to ask you to repeat, but I can understand you. Okay. So my question is that no atheist has been able to answer yet.
I'm curious.
Why, from a scientific perspective, why is it that human beings have dominion over plants, birds, animals? Why is it that we can go put a dog collar on a dog and walk a dog versus a dog putting a collar on us and walking us?
I think in the entire animal kingdom, you always see, and there's always a species that's best at something. You always have the fastest one, the strongest one, the most durable one, the biggest one, the smallest one. You always have species that excel in something. We are fortunate that we excel in mental capacity. We are the smartest one, and that one trumps everything. So we can use our intelligence to dominate and to put things to set conditions to our liking. If that makes any sense.
That didn't make sense to me. I'm sorry.
In short, we are the smartest developed species.
But how did that happen?
For me, in terms of evolution, we see it in some other species that are fairly intelligent as well, but we are by far the most developed in that sense.
But there goes that chance again. That just so happened to be that humans just so perfectly were the ones picked to have the hands to do it, the brain to do it, the conscience to do it, the eyelids to do it, the feet to do it, etc., versus a bird controlling me.
Birds develop differently to their needs. we have absolutely won the genetic lottery in that sense, that we are fortunate to have developed intelligence and conscience in a much more complicated consciousness than other species.
But you really,
we see
you
some
really believe
traces.
that?
Sorry?
You really believe that that's true?
Yeah.
That we just so happen to win the genetic lottery, and that's how, that's like, to you, that's your best, like, absolute truth.
Yes, because all the evidence points that way. We see a slow development. We see our species becoming more intelligent over time, from starting to use rudimentary tools. The tools became more complex alongside our species becoming smarter and more complex. And those lines, you see them developing together. That's why when we look at very old humans, the tools that they had were very crude, very simple, very unintelligent is not the best word.
You would say that they were more unintelligent than we are.
Than we are, absolutely.
I think that that's a false and a terrible analysis of the ancient people, to think that they were not intelligent. I think they were extremely intelligent, to the point of the way that they could build, and their technology for having no computers, for having none of these things, were highly intelligent. To be able to, the ability, without all the scientific labs and everything, to figure out how to build reservoirs and canals. And I mean, literally, it amazes me, the intelligence of the ancient people. And I hate, I'm sorry, not to you, but I just want to make this firm. I hate when we modern day people pretend like the ancient people were some dumb walking boxes of rocks that knew nothing.
I think we have a difference about what we talk about the ancient people. I assume that you are talking about 4,000 years ago, when societies already began to form agricultural. Agricultural already was on the way. How do you say? Architectural was already on the way. When I'm talking about the ancient, I'm talking about 7 million years ago, when we're still using sticks, sharpened stones, and that's the development. The ancient people, that was halfway. I mean, the ancient Greeks already figured out that the planet was round. They already figured out the motions of the celestial bodies. They figured a lot of out. There are also a lot of things wrong still, because that's the thing with science. You said itself, it's changing all the time, because we're still building on the knowledge that come before, and we take that knowledge and we proceed on it. We literally, as the sayings go, we stand on the shoulders of giants.
We're getting dumber, to be honest.
Sorry?
I actually think we're getting dumber, to be honest. I think knowledge itself is increasing, but the knowledge of an individual human being are not as smart as what they even were 50 years ago. You can't ask the common man to build a fire for survival nowadays. I mean, they would have to say, well, I need a Google, give me an internet. I don't know how to do this. I mean, basic human instinctive is getting lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, because the dependency on someone else to do it for us, or the dependency on other things telling us what to believe, is right there. So, and here's, I don't believe that we were around. I mean, there's no evidence for billions and billions of years ago, or millions and millions of years ago, of humans being here. I believe that the intelligence of the human being has shown since day one, so much so that, in fact, we're still here because they were so intelligent to keep us still going. Okay. So, and it happened in such a rapid period of time. The billions of people have lived. The exact number, no, I don't think anybody will ever know the exact number of how many people have lived since the beginning, but it's definitely in the billions, because there's no way that we're the first time ever to get to the billions. I believe that people are slaughtering babies in the womb, so actually probably our population is decreasing in a way.
Estimation is about 124 or 127 billion people. If you
Right,
look at
estimation. Yeah.
as all the people that have ever lived.
Yeah, estimation. But like my statement was that nobody knows the exact number of human beings that have ever lived. I said we can't find that out. We don't know. But you know, I think the evidence is actually overwhelming that there is a creator, Frank, and the evolution, the evolution theory is dangerous because it tells you that you don't have purpose. You're not here intentionally. There is no afterlife. You can do what you want, and everything is subjective morality. It doesn't matter. I can think this and you can think that, and there is no right or wrong. It's just really dangerous. Atheism in itself, evolution in itself, everything, all of the skirting out of God in itself is dangerous. And I'm going to stick with that. I don't think that anyone has proven that it's not. I believe that atheists, when they do come on, you guys make it a point to say you're moral and I'm not, type of like any, meeny, miny, mo. But I don't think evolution has ever been proven in any way, shape, or form, nor has living your life without God. Because like I said earlier, okay, if we worked in a bomb factory and the chances of that bomb going off were small, but we took certain precautions just to make sure that didn't happen, that's the safer route than to say, you know what, we work in a bomb factory and we're just going to start lighting fires all up in here, mixing chemicals. What the atheist does is start lighting fires and mixing chemicals in a bomb factory. Look. And it's going to go off. And you're going to say, now this can't be my fault. It has to be the person who created the factory's fault. But that's not the way it works.
You started with that analogy, and I'm still thinking. I could understand it if you use it as a Pascal Waiter kind of thing, as a kind of example. But let me ask you this: we have many societies that has become a lot more secular over time, especially Northern Europe has become a lot secular. You also have Japan, China. Have those countries gone to shit? Have they become some immoral cesspool where everybody robs everybody and everybody stabs everybody? Everybody does what they all do. There is no sign that if a nation turns secular, that things turn to the worst. All this fear-mongering, all this demonizations of atheism leads to this. We don't see that in practice. And I mean, the Scandinavian countries are very secular, and they are amongst the most social and the most well-developed countries in the world. The same for Japan, same for the Netherlands. So if what you say is true, you say that atheism leads to this moral decay and societal decay and only leads to bad things, why don't we see when countries become primarily secular, why don't we see that decay or almost? I don't say we see the opposite. I don't think that atheism leads to good things, but I don't think that atheism leads to bad things either.
So that's what we've been talking about this whole morning, though, Frank. The entire morning of if morality is subjective and not objective, based off the atheist view, every atheist says the same thing, that it's subjective. You can say you don't like rape, but Billy Bob over here can say he does like rape, and neither one of you are wrong. How is that safe? When you unleash someone with that kind of mentality, and to you that's not wrong because everything's subjective, so it's not wrong. Well, how is that safe?
That's a very common misconception. It's the one people like Charles Kirk often use, and a lot of Christian apologists use it, that if you have subjective morality, you can't say it's wrong. And that's nonsense, because I can absolutely say it's wrong, except I recognize it that what I think is wrong is dependent on a matter of things. So I can still say rape is wrong, but I know that I'm doing it from my personal morality. And society morality is based on the majority of what's right and what is wrong. That's why we see morality and laws change over time. That's why we see we have adapted, we have grown as a society. We have tossed slavery out, because we thought, okay, we realized this isn't right. That's why we tossed out segregation, because we said, okay, this isn't fair. We learn from our mistakes. We built on previous knowledge, and we adapted a new view. And while society as a whole 200 years said there's nothing wrong with it, today
Hold
we
on,
say,
Frank, 1 second. Adam, you're not even trying to come on. It's very simple. Click the link to come on. If you want to come on, don't say let me in as if you're sitting in the back room and I'm not letting you in. Nobody's even in the back room. Click the link if you want to come on and talk as an atheist. That's perfectly fine. Frank and I are having a very good conversation right now. But I don't pretend like you are trying to come on when you're not. You're not even in the back room or anything like that. So anyway, Frank, go ahead.
we have another contester.
Yeah. Pretending like they're in the back room. They're not.
Everything points to morality being subjective, because if morality is objective, it shouldn't. What's wrong 1,000 years ago should have been wrong today, and what's right today should have been right 1,000 years ago.
So I think what keeps happening, maybe, Frank, it sounds like this because it's always how it is. You're basing what I'm saying, I'm talking about God's word, and you're basing Christianity, quote unquote Christianity, based off what man is doing versus what God's word actually says. So let me ask you this. What that Jesus said, what did Jesus say that is actually morally corrupt? Give me at least one, what Jesus said that is morally corrupt.
But what Jesus said, I have no beef with Jesus, because I think Jesus was a pretty good character. I think a lot of people, I think the world would be a lot better if more people would actually live and live like him, instead of how do you say talk about him. We earlier said we talked about fake Christians. From a distance, I'm looking at America with the current development with the left and right, and I think I always think it's, how do you say, ironic that the conservative right calls themselves the Christians, while Jesus would have been branded a socialist and a liberalist, and would be more left-leaning, because he always said, "Feed the poor, give everything you have, don't respond to violence." So, if you're going to go back, I don't know a single thing that Jesus said that was incorrect. He once said, why did you? I'm not here to change my father's law. Why don't you stone unruly children to death? But that was more of a how do you say a comment on people being hypocrites, than that he actually meant that children should be stoned to death if they were unruly. But that's about the closest. So no, I don't think Jesus said anything immoral.
So this whole time I've been talking, and literally every time I talk, I make it very clear to the point of God's word, Jesus, okay, who is the word, has never changed what he said, and what he says is good. Now, you just agreed with me in the fact that what he says is actually good. And it's people, it's mankind who veer from that. Just like I told you earlier, I used the analogy. If I'm about to build a computer, hi sweetheart. If I'm about to build a computer and I start putting cheese and whipped cream and sticks and butter and everything in there, and I turn it on and it doesn't work, that's not the computer's fault. That's my fault for trying to insert something that was never intended for it to work in the first place. So it's the same thing when I'm talking about God's word, Frank. And I want to make this very clear because again,
I think I understand what you mean, but the trouble is, earlier said I said, how do you know that your interpretation is good? I think if you were raised 200 years ago as a Christian, the values you have today as a Christian would not be the same, and the interpretation of the Bible would not have been the same as it is today. And you say, how do you determine which is the right interpretation? And you say you can recognize it by the fruit. But the Christians of the old time didn't. They thought their fruit was good too. As I said before, the Nazi Germans were Christians too. They thought their fruit was true too. How do you determine that your fruit is correct?
But I told you that already earlier. So like I gave you the example of Catholicism. Catholics have veered, who call themselves Christians. Catholic doctrine has veered from what the Bible has actually said, because Catholic doctrine teaches that you still need a priest and that Christ's sacrifice was not enough. And so that's the fruit showing, okay, that doesn't belong to this tree. That's a foreign fruit that doesn't belong to this tree. And what I'm trying to tell you is the tree has never changed. Let's just call this an apple tree. Let's just pretend this is an apple tree. Okay. If bananas start popping off the apple tree, hey, that's not an apple tree. That's a banana. And it doesn't belong on this tree. The tree doesn't change.
But
you know what I'm saying? So it's
the Bible doesn't. Well, it has changed over time. But then we go into the translations and interpretations and those kind of stuff. The problem is it always comes down to interpretation, and you read it with a certain interpretation. They read it in a certain interpretation. Christianity wouldn't have existed without the Catholic Church because whatever denominations you are, you came from the Catholic Church.
I disagree. I think a lot of places came branched off of the Catholic what the Catholics have done, the Roman Catholics, but Christianity did not come from Catholics.
It is the Roman Catholic Church after Jesus, Rome, the Empire of Rome, adopted.
Christianity did not stem from Catholicism. It did. Actually, the first Christians were Jews, and in fact, they didn't just go to Rome. They went all over the place, literally all over the place, and taught the words of Jesus.
If you look at, for instance, there is a branch of Ethiopian Christianity. Those are indeed direct, comes from the Middle East, went direct to, how do you say, they didn't sprout from Catholicism. But if you're any form of Protestants is a diversion of Catholicism. Any European religion is spread through the Catholic Church. It was the Romans that brought Christianity to Europe. It's Europe that brought Christianity to America.
But again, Catholicism is not the same as Christianity. I need to make that clear. This is such a huge misconception that just because someone says the name Christ, that they belong to Christ. I gave you what Christ's words were earlier. Christ said, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, didn't we do this? Didn't we do that? In your name. He even said, in your name, didn't we do this? And Jesus said, he will say, I never knew you. Catholicism doctrine is so far from Christianity, it's not even funny. And it's laughable to me. It is seriously laughable to me when somebody can stand up to the pulpit and say that actually they are very much the same. They are not very much the same. They differ in so many ways. Just because they both say Jesus Christ, just because they both say God, just because they both say baptism, whatever you want to use, does not mean they're the same thing. That will automatically equate Jehovah's Witnesses to be the same, Mormons to be the same, Catholics to be the same, whatever. You can put whatever name on there, but there's only one truth, and that's God's word. God's word has never changed, and it won't change. It's man who is twisting things, but the stupidity of men says they're all the same, which they're not all the same.
If I tomorrow go have this exact same conversation with a Catholic, and I ask him, "Are you the better Christian?" and he says yes, then who of you? How do you determine which of you is correct?
But I've said that so many times. I've said that.
I can understand that from your perspective. I can understand that that you say.
But it's not my perspective. It's reality. So if I say if we're
Catholics will agree with you.
If we're testing money and I give you a dollar bill, okay, a dollar. I don't know what you guys have out there, but we have a dollar bill. Okay, if I have a dollar bill and someone brings in a fake and I bring in a fake, how do you test to see how that dollar bill is, if it's real or not? You have to compare it to the real thing. That's all I'm saying, is that this is very simple to see who truly is working in with Christ and not against Christ and not deviating, because you compare what is being presented right in front of the face, calling it a dollar bill. You're comparing it to the original dollar bill to see if it's the actual thing. It's just that simple. Like
Catholics will say our dollar bill comes closest, and you say my dollar bill comes closest, and then there's another denomination that says no, our dollar bill is the closest. That's the whole problem with denominations. Every denomination thinks.
But they all say they came from Christ, Frank. So they're all saying they're following the Bible. This is my point. Yeah. Listen, they're all saying they follow the Bible, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Catholics, Christians, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, whatever you want to put, whatever title, they all say we follow this.
Yeah. We are the.
So whoever deviates from exactly what this says is not walking in this. Because I can say I am a Christian and I believe in taking as many husbands as I want because the Bible says so. How do you test what I just said is actually in the Bible?
Polygamy is in the Bible.
How do you test what I just said is in the Bible? By if I said the Bible tells me to get multiple husbands, how do you test what I just said is in the Bible?
Then you go read the Bible.
You read it. It's simple. It's as much as atheists love. No offense,
the Catholic
I like
Bible?
You a lot, Frank. But as much as atheists love to try to complicate everything, it's not complicated. It's not complicated.
For us, no. For you, yes. The problem is, you probably from your perspective, you're right. I can see that. The problem is, tomorrow I speak with a Catholic, and he says, "Oh no, they are all wrong." And then I speak with a Jehovah's Witness, and how are these people calling themselves Christians if they don't follow Jehovah? I can understand conviction. I can understand being completely convicted that you are the right followers, or sorry. my apology.
No, sorry. She's up now, so she's got to be changed and all that stuff. But anyway, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
don't want to impede on your family life. And
Frank, you're fine. I'm really enjoying talking to you. I honestly am. Go ahead.
same here. So, and I love this sharing this perspective. But again, I've been talking with all manner of theists for about 25 years, and one truth is every denomination thinks that their interpretation is the right one. Some said to me, have you read the Bible in the original Hebrew? Because you have to read the Bible in the original Hebrew to get the correct message. Others say, no. You have to look at it from this perspective. That's the problem. Everybody thinks that that their perspective and that their interpretation of the Bible is the correct one. I can understand that you believe that from your perspective, but the problem for me is I'm talking with many different Christians that ultimately all say the same thing about different conclusions. So how do you determine that?
So, okay. Again, it's really simple to me, so it's kind of hard for me to like keep
it going. Yeah.
Like repeating in a way, but so I don't believe there's many interpretations of something. Now let me break down what I'm trying to say. If I said to you, do not steal, how can that be interpreted in hundreds of different ways? If I just told you, if you and I are just having lunch and you're like, I want to take that pen, and I say, don't steal.
That's something I'm wondering too.
But how would you interpret that to be 50 other different things? Or would you know that I'm telling you, Frank, don't steal? You personally, not forget everybody else. You personally, if me and you are having coffee together and you said, I want to steal that pencil, and I say, Frank, don't steal. How would you interpret that?
Don't take anything that belongs to another.
That's how I interpret it too. When people say, well, actually, when she said do not steal, that meant don't tie your shoes while you're sitting at the table. What? This is what people are trying to do with the Bible, with coming up when you say there's my friend Angela, I give her props for this. My friend Angela just sent me a video last night. Well, sent us in our group text a video last night. It was wonderful. It said, people make the claim there's many roads to heaven, correct? Many ways to heaven. Right? Have you
I've
heard
spoken
that before?
with many Christians that had different opinions, whether you're saved by actions or saved by faith or saved by
right. So you would agree. Many people say that there's many roads, many ways, many routes to heaven, correct?
Or many claims. Let's put it
many
that way.
Claims. Okay. Now let's try it this way. If you told me, if I said, Frank, I want to come over to your house and let's watch a movie. And I said, I don't know where you live. And you gave me directions to go to your house. I ignored those directions and I actually went the opposite way. And I call you, Frank, I'm not seeing your house. Well, where are you at? Well, I took this to this. Well, that's not the way to my house. And I say, well, I want to take my way though. There's different ways to your house, Frank. You're going to be like, are you insane? I know my way to my own house. So when Christians try to say that there's many ways, many interpretations, many different blah, 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 whatever many you want to put on there, that is an illogical, unreasonable, and stupid claim to say that there's many ways there.
The problem is they don't say there are many ways, because for a Catholic there is one way. For you there's one way. For a different group there's one way. Except all those ways are different. If you understand what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So
let's go to the source, is what I'm saying. I've been saying that from the beginning. So the source, the Bible, God's word, says there's one way, one God, one truth, etc.
Yeah.
So if we go to the source, again, let's use the house analogy. Your house, how is it my right to say, Frank, you don't know the directions to your house, I'm going to take the alternate way and expect that I'm going to get to your house when I went the opposite way?
But to make the analogy a bit more fitting is, let's say, you and a group of friends want to go to Paris, and you're discussing, and one says, no, this is the best way to Paris. And another friend says, no, this is the best way to Paris. And another friend says, no, this is the best way to Paris. Except nobody has gone to Paris yet. None of them had made that journey. How do you determine who has the best route?
Go to the one who's been to Paris.
Yeah, but nobody has gone to Paris yet. Yeah, okay. If you say in theology, Jesus has gone to heaven, or even Jesus died and have come back to show the way. In that sense, but he's not answering calls right now. So you have this roadmap, you have this book. And you're all three are hunched over those instructions, and one says, no. It clearly means we should be going left here. Left? No. That left that you see, that's much later. So you're from my perspective, you're all bent over on the same instructions, but coming to different conclusions, what is the right way, and you're discussing amongst each other. So no, your way is crap. So this is the only right way. That's a bit how I see it from my perspective as an atheist. That's how I see it, and I can understand that you say, my way is justified because this the reasons. But when I speak to a Catholic, they say, no, my way is best because there's reasons. That's the problem I have here. So that's why I think that's a better analogy. At some point, we can also say we're stuck. We don't get. Let's move on, but.
It's okay. I honestly, I love you, Frank. I really do. I probably one of the best conversations I've had with an atheist, because you and I could just talk. I hate when me and another atheist, we can't talk. We're over talking each other, and they have to get loud and cuss and yell and scream, and then I have to get my attitude. It goes nowhere. So like, you are a rarity, because talking to somebody who can actually just talk back, right, with your truth, your passion, everything like that, is very nice. You were correct, giving yourself a self-analysis, saying that you are able to have good conversation. So definitely.
That's something I regret, by the way. We know that the internet is already a harsher and more aggressive place where people can communicate. But if I've been honest, if I look at the side that is most disrespectful and most rude, I have to regretfully admit that it's the atheistic side. Because also one thing I've learned in my 25 years with conversations with Christians and Muslims and all manners of faith, the majority do so out of genuine concern and genuine love, and that's something you notice. Don't get me wrong, I have had a lot of Christians and that were also rude, insulting, and dismissive. But in general, I find Christians and also people from other faiths be genuine, caring, and genuine, acting out of place of love, and I really appreciate and respect that.
Yeah,
and I want to match that energy, at least.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And not all atheists are feisty. I have a lot of really good people on here. Honestly, they're just fantastic people to talk to. A good chunk of them have bad attitudes, and they get mad fast. I mean, fast. For me saying God, they huff and puff and cuss and insult. It's unnecessary. I think passion is good. I say this all the time. Passion is good. Have passion. Yeah. Please have passion. But there comes a point where it no longer is passion. It's then pride, and then arrogance, and then it just turns into hate after that, and on both sides.
Yeah, no, I've noticed on both sides. I've had a lot of the discussions with other atheists as well when I saw behavior of things. And I said, well, why are you doing this? Why are you saying this? But also attacking is addressing what I consider, for instance, bad arguments and bad reasons. If I see atheists do that, I have no hesitation to address those persons as well. As when, hey, you guys, why do you say this? Or for instance, the idea that Christian people are non-educated that's nonsense. Education has, if you go at the extreme high education, yeah, then more people are atheists. But the difference is negligible. How do you say negligible? Is non-existent almost. So the idea that Christians are Christians believers because they're dumb, that is absolutely nonsense.
Yeah, I hate when people tell me that I'm the reason why I believe in God is because I'm stupid. I'm like, I'm far from stupid.
Exactly, and if you look now, many of the most bright minds in our history, those are a good part of those are Christians. So I really don't understand how people can say that. So no, I see a lot of misbehavior, miscommunication on the atheistic side as well. It makes me try even harder to be respectful and to show the correct or the correct, a more polite way.
So you do this all the time, and so someone's asking if you would let us pray for you, Frank.
I respect it. I genuinely appreciate. I don't believe in prayer, but I appreciate the gesture. I know the sentiment behind it. I know the value behind it. So when people say that, I think it's moving. It's for me the equivalent of empathy, showing empathy and showing sympathy towards someone. It's a good gesture, I think. So I'm grateful for it.
Amen. Amen. So, Jaycon, do you want to come on and say a prayer real quick? And then, Adam, I see you in the back. Just bear with me. I'm just wrapping up here with Frank. I'm loving talking to Frank, so I'm just kind of having a hard time ending it right now. But,
if you want, we can schedule another session in the future. If you're up for it, you have my email. You have my email. I've always sent you my phone number, so you can
on WhatsApp. I've seen that. Yeah, I'm going to add you on my WhatsApp.
So perhaps pick a certain topic you really want to discuss.
Absolutely. Yeah, let me add you on my WhatsApp right now. Hold on.
I've enjoyed it a lot as well. So
same, yeah. I would gladly go watch a movie and have coffee with you.
Same.
All right. Well, thank you so much for number one, your email asking to talk, your patience. Also,
thank you for having me.
Yeah, just being here and being cordial. I really appreciate that. And I really do. I already love you, Frank. I think that you are a very special person. I do obviously want you to know God and know He's real, but I never force that on anyone. But that is my hope and my true heart's desire.
I know what that means for you. So that is really genuinely appreciated. But of course, I see different things from a different perspective, but I still appreciate it.
Of course, yeah. And we'll talk soon. I'll send you a text on WhatsApp, okay?
Oh, thank you. Have a nice day.
You too, brother.
And we'll be in touch.
We will. I'll see you later.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, everybody say bye, Frank. Everybody say bye. See you later.
Bye.
Oh, what a nice guy. He's so nice. All right. Now I have Adam. Hi, Adam.
Are you okay? Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you for being patient.
No worries. I was going to fall asleep a second ago, though.
Where are
It's
you
just
at?
Birmingham, England.
Okay, what
Yeah,
time is
my
it?
accent's terrible, I know, but what's the
It's
deal with
okay.
it? Yeah.
I have
It
people all
just,
over.
I just don't understand, like, how you believe in God. To be honest with you, I'm not trying to offend you. It just rattles my brain. I
No, it
just,
doesn't offend me at all.
yeah, I just don't understand how he's like. Before, like, thousands of years ago, before we could get above the clouds, I understand it. People thought that there was someone above the clouds and all of that, but it's been proven. It's been proven too much for me. And like my family are Catholic as well, and they try, they try to get me involved, and I don't understand. I don't understand how you understand that. So.
Why you don't understand why I believe in God?
Yeah, I don't understand. Honestly, like, and it's so, like, this is what I'm saying to you. It's I struggle with how you believe in it. To be honest with you, I don't have I have a lot of religious friends. There's not many people that are atheists like me, like just straight to the core. I've got a tattoo, like seeing is believing on my arms, and yeah, I just don't understand it.
Do you see the wind?
I see the wind, yeah, but I see the planet spinning at the same time. So.
You do see the wind?
Yeah, but nah,
Well, I
and
guess you're the only human being that ever sees the
I
wind.
feel the wind. I don't see the wind.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's how I see God.
I'm
In
up for
this,
listening though. I'm up for listening. Like that's what I'm saying to you. Like I'm not trying to put on my beliefs to anybody else either. Everyone believes what they believe in, and again, that's always going to happen, isn't it? But um, yeah, I
have,
just
have
struggle.
you have you ever picked up the Bible?
You know what? When I was younger, when I was a child, I always believed in heaven. Always believed that we're gonna go somewhere after. But like as an adult now, as a man, and reading what I've read and seeing what I've seen, I'm completely the opposite now. But I've never read the Bible, to be honest with you. Never. But
So that would be because I was not a believer. You're probably new. You'd never seen my channel before, right?
nah. I was just
Okay.
skipping on you. I was just skipping through the YouTube live, and I came across you. But
Okay.
like,
So
I
I was
see,
a
I see a.
non-believer too.
Carry on, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a non-believer. I was not raised. You're opposite of me. You
Yeah,
said that you're
completely. Yeah, completely.
okay.
Yeah,
My household was not. We were on the non-believers. Okay, I'm
yeah,
the only believer in my family. Okay, so it's opposite. Um, so for me, I had my pre-assumptions of what God was as well, so I can understand that completely. It wasn't until my 20s when I actually picked it up because I was actually mocking somebody for believing the Bible.
yeah.
So I was
That's
mocking them
how I
for,
feel. That's how I feel. To be honest with you,
huh?
not mocking them. Not like that's how I feel. Like, not mocking them, but like I just think it's crazy.
Yeah, I
Um,
did too. That's
yeah,
what I'm saying. I
yeah,
can understand that because I
yeah,
did too. And my first time picking up a Bible was because I was mocking somebody. And I
yeah,
went to actually read it because I wanted to prove something they said. I was like, dude, these people are stupid. Like, or this guy is dumb. So I opened up the Bible and started reading the Bible for myself. And what happened was I kind of was taken back because I was like, this isn't what I thought, what everybody's been telling me. Like what you see on TV, you know how you watch a movie and it does this, or maybe your parents tell you this about God, or you go to this place and they talk about God. Okay, well, I've always been told a certain thing about God. So when I was reading the Bible by myself, no pastor, no priest, no mommy and daddy, by myself, I said, this isn't what I thought it was going to say. This is not even close to what I've been told this God is like, right? Again, remind you, I was mocking God. Okay. Um, and something changed in me to continue to read. Okay. I wasn't saved. I didn't like automatically just change my whole life and this powerful thing happened. Okay. But something happened to keep me reading because it was not what I thought it was. And thank God for that moment, because it changed everything and eventually leading me to give my life to Christ, which again did not happen immediately or overnight.
Is your life better now though? Like giving it. 'Cause I do think if you believe in God, that your life is better because like you want to do good. There's plenty of bad atheists out there because they don't believe in anyone's watching over them. So did it change for the better? Like you being religious?
I think in a lot of ways I have become better, more definitely disciplined. I'm not going to give you my whole life story, but I had
Yeah.
hard time growing up. Okay, we'll leave it at that. And it led me to have a mindset and a lifestyle that was not good. Okay. So when I was reading what God commanded me to do, or wanted from me to do as a person, just as a person, I started applying that, and it literally did change my life to where I no longer did those things, which I'm not going to name anymore, but I no longer did those things because I thought, if this is true, if this is
Yeah,
true,
it's gotta be an if. It's gotta be an if.
Yeah, I think there's a healthy skepticism. There should be. If you just blindly believe anything, you're dumb.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So yeah. I
So
just don't see no evidence. I don't see no evidence in the religion. And to be honest with you, like there is it does cause, like in Sudan. I don't know whether you know what's going on in Sudan, but there's Muslims and Christians, and there's people being slaughtered over something. And where's the God there? Where's how is what I mean? It causes a lot of chaos. A lot of chaos. I think if people believed in my way, there'd be a lot less chaos. A lot less. What?
so from what you said, that you've never picked up the Bible yourself and read what it says yourself. Okay, if you're being honest with yourself, how do you think that what's in it is destructive if you have not read what it actually says God commands of the people? Because here, listen to me. Earlier, you must have came in late in the live stream,
I
because
did. Yeah.
Frank and I had just went over 2 hours of this. Okay. And what I was explaining to Frank is, if I do something outside of what it actually commands me to do, is that God's fault or is that mine? Okay, let's say it this way. If you have a son and your
I've
son
got a son.
goes
Yeah, I've got a son.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
okay, so if your son goes and he slaps his mother, steals her money, steals her car, and drives off, is that your fault or is that your son's fault?
Well,
Honestly, be honest with yourself.
yeah.
Was
Now, I'll
that
be gonna be
your
honest here
fault?
with the guidance that I've gave my son growing up. He's 14 years old now. So if he did that would be on his own back. I wouldn't blame myself for that. Yeah.
Correct. So it's just what I was trying to get across. And again, I'm trying to sum it up because I already just spent 2 hours going over all of this.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
um what happens is when the son commits the chaos, the murder, the hurt, the pain, etc., whatever the thing is, okay, when the son does that, what people who reject God say is it's the father's fault. But nobody really stops to think, well, maybe that person needs to accept responsibility for their own actions. Because if this God is real, he has made it clear from day one, I give every man, woman, and child, black, white, free, slave, does not matter, free choice. You decide what you're going to do. Okay. I'll tell you what's good for you, just like a good parent would. I'm sure, I don't know you, Adam, but I'm sure you would tell your son the right thing he needs to do with his life,
Yeah.
but
Of
you
course.
can't control him and force him and shove his head down and say, you must obey, correct?
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the same way as if your son committed some atrocity, it doesn't even matter what it is, okay? And someone came to you and said, Adam, it's your fault why he did that. It's not your fault, Adam. You did not force your son to do any
Yeah.
of
But
those things.
if I was the creator of humanity, I would make sure it's a hard one. If I was a creator of humanity, I would make sure that evil and bad didn't exist. You'd make sure of that.
Are you married?
No, I'm not married. No.
Have you ever been in love or with someone?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I've got 2 children off the same woman. I
Okay.
felt them feelings. Yeah.
All right. So when you love someone, it should be genuine, correct?
Yeah.
Like, meaning no one should force Adam. I don't know what her name, but let's just call her Sally. Adam, you have to love Sally. You have to do this for Sally, and they're forcing you. Are you genuinely going to love Sally? If someone forced you, you must make her the mother of your children. You must spend time with her. You must lay in bed with her. You must eat dinner with her. Are you going to genuinely love her if someone says you must do this?
Nah, because I know what you're saying, yeah. But it's like the start of the whole Earth. I think it was just a natural thing. No one can explain how the Earth started. If I'm honest with you, no one can. I can't even explain that. I can't. But it was. I don't think it was man-made. And but back to your point though, like being forced and forced and forced. You're not going to listen in the end, in it. But yeah, it's a natural thing.
And I look. Adam, for real,
It's
I
hard
understand
when
what
it's
you're
really
saying.
hard, like it's really difficult because, no matter how much me and you talk, the mind don't sway. Your mind's not going to sway, and my mind's not going to sway. But it's nice to talk. Like it's nice to talk and be on a mutual ground. Just talking and not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I do this all the time, by the way.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
you're
good.
welcome to come on all the time.
I go. You know what I do? I go. To be honest with you, on the weekends, like I'm not working, so I skip through YouTube Live. But there's always religious channels on there, but there's never a platform where I can speak. It's always them putting their points across. So I do appreciate your channel. To be honest with you.
Yeah, and thank you for that. Here's the thing. I once was on the other side, so that's why I have sympathy, because I mean, talk about a hypocrite. How hypocritical would it be for me to now be higher than mighty, holier
Yeah, I
than
know.
thou?
I can never imagine my mind changing. So how did your mind change? Like, because I believe in my beliefs so strong that there's nothing that could ever change them. So, how did you change?
You know what? That's the same question my family asked me.
Crazy. Yeah.
Because I was hardcore. Like, again, you don't know me, but I was everything I am right now, complete opposite. You could not talk to me in the past. There was no God. You couldn't tell me what to do. I live my life the way I want to. I mean, I was as hard as you can get. That's why everybody who knows me now, I mean, back then, who knows me like right now too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm pretty much that person. I'm that person used to be right now, to be honest with you. I'm that person right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I understand. Like, I really do understand. Honestly, it was because I had to challenge myself. I asked myself one question, just one question. I said, Kanisha, what if you're wrong? But I actually meant it, though. I sat on that. I didn't say it and then go change my mind and turn on the TV. I sat there and I literally thought to myself, what if I'm wrong? Okay. Now it led me to start thinking deep. I mean, I don't know if you ever smoked marijuana, but when you smoked marijuana back then,
Yeah.
marijuana,
It's
okay,
too much. Yeah, I don't like it.
Okay, yeah. Back then I did. And I sober-mindedly had deep thought the way I did as if you smoked marijuana. Sober-mindedly. Now that's very deep thought for me. Back when I used to smoke marijuana,
Yeah.
the craziest stuff, yo.
Yeah.
For the first time, I sat by myself for days. I'm not making this up. For days, just thinking, like, if this is true, if I keep saying if because that's
of course you have to say if you have to, because no one can either. I have to say if on my beliefs, to be honest with you, because I can't sound right either, so I do understand your ifs.
Right. I said, if this is true, I'm in a whole hell of a lot of trouble. If there is a God. Because I know personally, again, without getting into my business about my past, it's bad, Adam.
That's what I'm saying. So you changing, yeah. Was that because you believe in it, or was that to better your life?
No, I actually started to believe. Again, I didn't do it overnight. It wasn't I knew something was different when I opened up the Bible. But to say I became a believer overnight would be a lie.
Have you had
I
any
had to question everything.
have you had any experiences like that's made you believe even more? Or is it, do you know, like, is
Yeah.
yeah. And what are the experiences?
Okay. Just one example, because I don't want to give you 1,000, but one example. I remember I was very bad with money, to the point of I was always having to borrow money and stay at people's houses, and it was just bad. Okay. I was very bad with money, and I became more interested in the Bible. This is when I'm starting to read it, and I'm getting to the point of where Jesus says, ask and you will receive, seek and you will find, knock and it will be open. I'm getting to this point in the Bible where I'm reading this, right? And I'm like, okay, if you really are true, and if I apply what you're telling me as truth, if this happens and you say that you provide for your children, you do this, like I'm testing God, okay? I'm having this mindset, I'm testing him. You know, I'm screwed right now. And if I don't have this money, I'm out of my apartment. Okay. I was very behind. I said, you'll help me. Like, and I'm not talking out loud. I'm not talking to a spouse and a friend. Okay. Let's make that very clear.
Yeah,
I'm talking
yeah.
to him. And I'm saying, if you'll help me, I'll take this more seriously, but I need your help right now. And I know that he knows, and I'm not talking about in a genie way, Adam. Please do not mistake what I'm saying as in a genie. I rub the lamp and you give me what I want. It wasn't in that way.
No, yeah.
Okay. The next day, I'm not making this up. My mother can vouch for this, who's not a believer. The next day, I get a check in the mail from an old company I was at. I don't even know how, 10 years prior to, maybe not even at 10 years. It was a long time prior to that. They just so happened to owe me money. I don't remember why this even came about, but they owed me money. I worked at this company. Okay. But I get a random check in the mail the very next day. They owed me money, and it not only covered my rent, it was enough for me to put gas in my car and buy food for my table. Now you
You
can say
see,
that's coincidence.
go on. Sorry. Go on.
It's okay. You can say that's coincidence.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's the exact word that was gonna come off my tongue next. You know, that was the exact word that was gonna come off my tongue. I'd see that as a coincidence rather than a.
It would be coincidence if that was the only time that's ever happened for me.
Yeah.
It would be. That would be a very nice coincidence,
Yeah.
but that's not. I told you I would tell you one, because I'm not gonna make this all
I
about me.
I'm intrigued by the second one now.
Are you?
Go on. Just give me two. Just give me a second one. Go on.
Okay. All right. I will.
Go on.
So I'm still finding. I'm living in Nevada at this point with my older sister. Okay, and I'm in Carson City, and I get a phone call from social services that says my sister is being taken out of the home. Okay, mind you, I'm coming from a rough background, so my siblings, this is common. My little sister's being taken out of the home, and she has no place to go. And would I be interested in taking her so she doesn't have to go into a foster home? So I agreed. Mind you, I don't have a place to go. I'm staying with my older sister. Okay. And I'm at this point in my walk, I'm still very fresh to this, but I'm on fire. I'm like, yo, he's already proven himself. Like, I'm on fire. I was able to quit smoking. Yeah. So I'm on fire for God. Right. So then, I'm looking for apartments in Carson City, Nevada. I can't find any. Like, all of them are way above what I can afford. Barely just started yet again another new job. I was so unstable. I said, you know what? I trust you. I don't know what's about to happen, but I trust you. I really did trust him. Next thing you know, I get the most random call from my godmother, who lives out here in New Mexico, who said, hey, you should move out to New Mexico. Mind you, I haven't talked to my godmother since my brother's funeral. Okay. I have two brothers that passed away. My older brother just passed away. So
rest in peace. Yeah.
Thank you. So I haven't talked to her since my brother's funeral. So for her to like randomly call me up and say, hey, you should move here as her first words, I was like, who the freak wants to move to New Mexico? Like, what kind of dumb crap is that? Like, New Mexico is, I don't know if you know United States, but New Mexico is like a desert. It's ugly. There's dusty. It's stupid. I hate it here. But she said, you should move to New Mexico. I said, no, thank you. She said, well, at least come visit me. Okay. So then she pays for me a ticket to come out Saturday and Sunday, just 2 days, just to come see her. Again, mind you, I haven't seen her in forever. We get there. She picks me up from the airport. We drive back. We get to her house. And there's this house right next door to hers. She lives in the country. Beautiful piece of land. Okay. There's a house right next to hers, 2 acres with a house there. And I told God, I said, in my head again, I said, man, I want a place just like that. I want a place just like that. The size of it, the land, everything. Because I'm a gardener. Okay, I'm a gardener. I love animals. I'm a farmer, that type of thing.
Yeah, I got
but
my
I could
dog.
never afford it.
Look at this guy.
I have 10 animals. Now 11. We just got another cat. But so then I pack up, we go home, whatever. 2 weeks later, I get a call from my godmom. And she says, hey, you know that place next door that you said was really cute, really nice? I said, yeah. She said, I just bought it for you.
Just brought it for you.
Yeah. I said, what? She said, yeah, I just bought it for you. The guy passed away and they ended up, it was for sale and I bought it for you.
So
now,
you feel this?
I just told God I
feel
wanted that property.
Go on.
It's okay. I just told God I wanted that property. I didn't tell her I want that property. We didn't have that conversation.
So you didn't mention it to her either? Yeah. You didn't mention it to her either that you wanted the property now?
No, remember, when she called me, I told her I'm not moving to New Mexico. It's not
happening.
Yeah. Okay, it's a desert. I'm from the mountains. I'm from beautiful piece of the country here. And I was like, I'm not going to the desert. But I did tell God I wanted that property. Okay. So she buys me the property without asking me or anything. Okay. I go down there and the very same day I went to go look for a job. Okay. Soon as I walk into the place, it was a school bus place. Okay. Soon as I walk in there, because I have my CDL to drive semis, they give me the job immediately. Like practically I walk in the doors and they're like, you're hired. I'm like, we haven't even talked really. We haven't went over anything. They gave me the job. And I also had a car waiting for me in the driveway. So what I'm saying is, and I'm shortening everything down for the sake of time. You can talk. But what I'm saying is this is so consistent in my life being provided for without speaking to another man or a human, I should say. In here, God, Father, you know what I'm desiring. You know what I need right now. You know these things. And God loves me enough to bless me with things. And
but that's what I'm saying. Look, what about like what about that, the really hard believers that haven't been blessed like that? They really believe in God, but they haven't been blessed in any way whatsoever.
So I don't believe in God because I'm blessed.
No. I'm saying you feel like God blessed you in it. Mm-hmm. But what about the people that haven't been blessed?
I would have to talk to them and see what not being blessed looks like, because blessings are it's not like a material. The word bless means happy. So it could be different for everybody, to be honest. It could be, I would have to talk to them, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I think everybody's blessed. I mean, wouldn't you say your children make you happy or no?
Yeah, they do make me happy. To be honest, in general, I think everyone's blessed breathing. In my opinion, I know it's even the sperm race. There was 1 million sperms and we won the race. So, you're blessed for that. And I think you gotta make the best you can out of life. With religion or without religion, and so like not everyone's gonna get the blessed things you've had, or I feel like I'm blessed myself in certain ways, but life's what you make it yourself. I feel, and that's
right. No, that's right. Actually, that's biblical too. So what people falsely think is that God is some genie that if you ask for something, he blesses you with, or he gives you your request. Okay. God says, I have given you the tools to make the most with your life. So if he blessed me with the ability to be really good with children, let's just say I'm really good with children, I should use my gift to help mothers and fathers who are struggling with daycare. I mean, that would be, I'm just using that as a random analogy.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
But what he has blessed me with the ability to do, the most selfless thing to do is not use it on myself, but use it towards somebody else.
but
And
maybe you're just a good human in general, you know.
no,
Like yeah, no, you know, look, yeah, you know, look, maybe you know, you could be you're blessed by your insides rather than the man above, as they say, you know.
I'm terrible.
But
Dude,
yeah,
Adam, if you knew the vile things that I think of, I'm not even
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
like go down.
I'm
I'm being
saying,
a
man, I'm
very
saying,
honest person with you, Adam. Some of the things that
yeah,
I think I would never speak out loud. And
yeah, yeah.
sometimes
I'm
I
the
think
same.
you're thinking, where did that come from? Stop thinking
Yeah,
that
yeah,
way.
yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, yeah, you have to literally tap your head in it. No.
Yes. Like,
Yeah,
please stop. Yes. The things I've done, again, in secret. When I think of something good, I do not think of me. And it's not because I'm humble. It's because I know what I do, what I think, what I say, right? You can see
you
a
just have
piece,
to keep
a
that in your
small
head, though.
piece. Yeah.
Just
But you can
yeah.
see a small piece of me and say, well, maybe you're good. I'm
You
telling
are
you.
good. You seem like a really nice person. You know, you do generally,
Well,
man.
thank you.
And
I
you
love
don't, you know what the thing is as well. You don't try and like preach. Like you don't try and make someone convert. That's not what you're about. And you're just saying what you believe in and letting other people speak what they believe in and having a conversation, which is good. But I just believe that we love, loyalty, honor, and respect, and that's more of a tattoo. That's what you should show to each and every person, no matter what they believe. But my mind will never change. But
I
it's good to hear other people's opinions on a nice level. You know.
same. I think you sound really nice. You sound,
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't offended me at all. Like, you came on first saying I'm not trying to offend, or tell you not what to believe. You haven't done any of that. We're just
Yeah.
talking. And this is, if you and I were face to face in real life, this is exactly how I'd be talking to you.
Yeah.
No
Same
different,
as. Same as. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't think we have to always preach. What I'm commanded to do, because I believe the good book, right? What I'm commanded to do is speak truth. Be truthful. That, don't lie. I can sit here, Adam, and tell you that I gotten a great, my life has gone perfect and wonderful, and I treat people well, and I do all this since I met God, and I got this thing down, whatever. I could do that, but that's not what God commanded me to do. He commanded me be honest with you.
It's like my mum. My mum's a full-on Catholic, like really, really religious. But she was put into care. When she was 18. She gave birth, and it was a stillbirth. Like I don't get where was the guy then? You know, it's just
Right.
whereas you've had good experiences, I see the bad things that my loved ones have been through, and they believe in the man. So I just I've never seen a good side of it, never. So you know,
But did you say that you think I'm a good person?
yeah, because I think you're a good person. I'd never say I know because I don't know Lua, but you seem good. You seem good. From my opinion, you're a good person, but I don't know. I don't know. You could get off.
Like,
You could get off this camera in a bit and go and do some madness.
crazy stuff.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go and do madness. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm this way because of Christ. Like I said
Yeah.
before, this is real talk. You can ask my family.
Yeah.
They actually mock me now. My own parents mock me now. Um,
Yeah.
but before, you and I would never talk because I would
Yeah.
always be
Yeah.
right. I was queen bee. Men were scum of the earth. I was just a vile woman. And I'm only this way
I
now
see that side of you though. I can
because
see. I can the outside. You look quite feisty. You look quite. You know, but the inside, yeah, it definitely comes out. Yeah.
yeah,
Can tell
definitely
you. I can
has,
tell you've
yes,
been there. I can tell you've been there.
yeah. But since I met Christ, I don't want to be like that. I do everything in my power to try and get away from everything like that, because I see for the first time from an outside perspective how I come across to people, how I treat people, the way I would speak to people, you know. And for the first time in my life, I personally, I can't speak for nobody else, not your parents, not you, not some other Christian. For the first time in my life, I don't want to do these things anymore. And not just because I want to be a better person for me, but because for the first time in my life, I'm actually thinking about, what about you? And I'm telling you right now, with all honesty in my heart, Adam, I could care less what happened to you before. I was horrible.
Yeah.
And this is why you asked the exact question my family asked me. How did you get from this to this? We
Yeah.
knew where
Because
you were.
I could. That I honestly don't think that could happen to me, no matter what. And, you know, no matter what I seen, no matter what I heard, my mind would never change.
Okay.
So
Okay. That, because I don't believe in changing. Like, I cannot change you, nor is that my goal. Even if I tried, I couldn't do it. I'll challenge you though.
yeah,
The
yeah, of
same
course, yeah,
challenge
yeah.
that
I'm
I
I'm
had.
always up for a challenge. Yeah, I'm always up for a challenge.
Do what I did. Do what I did, and then come back and let's talk again.
I can't. I can't.
Because
Yeah.
you're not. Are you not humble enough to admit, what if you're wrong?
It's not that I'm not. It's not that I'm not humble enough. Because I'm a genuine person. You know, I'm a nice man. You know, I'm a good dad. Like I live. I never used to, but I abide by the law now. Um, but it's too much. It's just the thought of it all. Yeah, the man above the clouds and all this and that. It's
But what it see, but
I can't think.
okay. All right. If you can't, then that's your decision, Adam.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But like I
That's
said to
your
you, I was
right.
really when I was younger, when I was a child, you know, I wanted to believe in God. I wanted to go to heaven. When I passed away, and then you know, seeing the stuff that I've seen and going through the experience in life that I've gone through, I just, I'm where I'm at now in it, and I don't think it will ever change.
How
But
old are you?
I'm 34.
34. Okay, so we're the same age.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, it's 34 as well.
So we can
Yeah,
so we can die any day.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Death comes to 10 out of 10. Nobody can escape death. Would
yeah,
you
yeah,
agree with that statement, or you
yeah,
think
100%. Yeah, yeah.
okay. I will leave you with this challenge, since you don't want to pick up the Bible. Ask yourself genuinely, sooner than later, because anybody could die. I've lost 2 brothers now, very young. Okay. Ask yourself what I asked myself then, and I'll leave it at that. What if you're wrong? Genuinely. Again, if you come at it and you do it a 30-second, what if I'm wrong, and you go right back to the same thing, that wasn't
You,
genuine.
you know,
Sit with that for a second by yourself, without TV and any influence. You're not your
yeah.
mom and dad.
But I've had them thoughts before. I have had them thoughts, but many years ago I've had them thoughts. What if I'm wrong? But I'm so convinced in what I believe in now that the ifs are just they're not there. They're not there.
Fair
And it
enough.
might, you know what? I don't even mean to be cold. You know, like I don't even mean to just like be negative about,
You're
you know,
fine.
because I do believe in if you're religious, you do live a better life because you know you're trying to be good. I do, but you know, but I couldn't live in the way you did if I didn't 100% believe that he existed, and even a 1%, even if I believed 99% that he existed, I couldn't go through with it because of the 1%. You know,
Let me ask you something. Do you have to believe first before you study?
you need to want to study. You need to want to study. I'd say that.
So I say you have to study first to believe. again, anybody who believes, and I'm going to pause real quick because I need a drink, but anybody who believes in
Yeah, same.
any
I'll have a
belief,
drink as well.
yeah, anybody who believes in any belief just because, and they don't know why they believe what they believe, is stupid. You need to know why you believe what you believe and be able. So the Bible, this is what I love about the Bible. It says over and over and over and over again, test yourself, test what you believe, challenge yourself. Like it's not like it, despite what a lot of atheists think the Bible says who have never read it, it doesn't say trust me without testing anything. I mean, it's the complete opposite, literally. And I could put scripture on the screen if you want to test what I just said and verify I'm not telling you a lie. But it actually challenges every believer to test whether these things are true or not. And for that alone, when I was reading it to this very day, I'm like, I'm grateful that the Bible doesn't just say, believe me because I say I'm God. Over and over and
Yeah, it's
over
not
and over again.
forceful. It's not forceful sort of thing, is it?
Yeah, and I
But
respect that.
yeah, you know what? To be honest with you, Christianity, in my opinion, out of the religions, don't mean to offend anyone, but it's the most peaceful religion. Like it's you're not you're not trying to force it on people, sort of thing, and it. Whereas I think there's a lot of other religions that that they're trying to force it on people, and
Can you guys hear me? I'm not too sure what happened there. StreamYard dropped. Anybody let me know if you can hear me. And Adam, if you're still here, go ahead and come back on. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened, but StreamYard just dropped. Okay. Okay, so that's good. You guys can hear me. Okay, perfect. I don't know what happened, guys. Adam, I am so sorry. So sorry about that, guys. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, let me refill my water right quick. I'll be right back. What's up, Mitch? Pop on the screen when you're ready, bro.
Hey, yeah, so I was watching the stream and I noticed that you dropped out, so I wanted to rush in here real quick to
Thank you.
keep it going, but I got here too late.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think StreamYard just dropped it or something. I don't know what the heck happened, but okay. And Adam, oh, I hate that because we're having a really good conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, no biggies. Real quick, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry. Oh, there he is. Hold
There
on.
he is. What's up?
Okay.
What's up, man?
what, can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
That just says that only the host can see you, innit? Yeah, same. Mitch, you're right.
All right. Yeah. You want to continue with what you
Well,
were
you
saying?
Christian? You Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
I'm Kanisha's friend. I have my own channel and everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you want to, you can keep going with what you were saying before you dropped out.
Yeah, basically, like Christianity, it's a love and peace religion. That's what I feel. Just not to mention the other religions, but there's some religions that is just shocking, and it's all about, it's forceful and it's put on you, and so I do respect the Christian people, but I just don't believe it. That's all.
Well, I'll say that I appreciate that insight because a lot of people don't. That's unbelievers will say the opposite somehow. But yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I hope I get to see you again. I really do. I hope that you pop on. Like I said, I go live literally all the time. Actually, me, Mitch, Sean, we go live all the time. But I would love to see you again and talk to you again. I really respect you. Yeah, I think you're
like
very
I say
honest.
to you, yeah, like I say to you, like the other platforms, they're just basically preaching and they're not letting anybody else get a word in. So it's a good channel. You got, you know, like myself come in and have a speak, because I've been dying to get some words across on some of the channels. I've been dying just to voice my opinion on everything, but they don't want to know. So I've been blocked from a lot of channels, to be honest with you, because, like, you know, my opinion on the messages, when I'm typing the messages, they read it and then they block me. But it's not mean to cause offense. I'm just trying to get what I think across.
Yeah, I think you're like me. I think you're feisty.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But only if it's needed, though. I'm not horrible to people. I respect people, but if they're feisty to me, then yeah, man, I'll get the voice back. You know?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. Me too. Look, Adam, I'm the same way. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't blame you.
Same way.
I see. Yeah, no, and you know, I'm really grateful for people like you who can come on and just talk. Like I was telling Frank earlier, it's really hard when, man, you can't talk to anybody. Like,
yeah, but you know, that's what I'm saying to you. Like, you're intriguing the way you talk. Like, I want to hear more. It's not like, you know, you need to believe this, you need to believe that, or you're going to hell if you don't. You know, it's not like that. So it's very intriguing. You voice your opinions. You voice your opinions in a positive way, and I could listen to you all day. To be fair with you, even though I don't believe it, I could still listen to you. You know. So
thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Me and Mitch have got the same moustache as well, by the way, Mitch. I really like it.
Yeah, Mitch is pretty cool too. I think you would like Mitch too. You know, but you guys are worth it. You guys are really worth it to me. Because like I said in the beginning, I once was you, and I know what a lot of Christians want me to do is preach, shove scripture, throw it at you as much as possible. And that's the only way that anything would ever
Look,
get
your
across.
message is more powerful by the way you do it. Your message is more powerful by the way you go on, because if you was to do it any other way, I'd be like, I don't want to listen to this, you know. But I would love, you know what? I would love my own atheist channel and have Christians on there. If I'm honest with you, that would be a good turnaround of events for me.
Wow, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. I'd go on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, man. Yeah. You're gonna come on it as well, Mitch. Yeah. You haven't said it, Mitch. You ain't said a lot though. You know. What's your beliefs? How powerful do you feel about your beliefs?
Oh, I'm pretty much right on board with Kenesha with a lot of the stuff. You know, I'm very, very convinced about what I believe, and that would be, you know, Jesus Christ and the gospel. And like you were saying just a second ago, that, you know, Kenesha is a great channel and great platform for non-believers and even believers alike to come on and to voice their own opinion and stuff like that. But the way that she conducts everything is fantastic. But that's exactly what Christ is.
It's polite, and it's polite. Yeah, it's polite. Yeah, man.
And that's the gospel, man. That's the gospel, right? So, you know, just real quick, I'm not trying to be preachy, but I'm going to give you.
I'm enjoying listening to you. You ain't said anything so far.
I'm just going to quote a little scripture here. Okay, this is 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 15. It says, "Always be ready to give an answer for the hope that is within you, with gentleness and respect." So that part right there if you don't show that, then you're not obeying the scriptures.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
any
yeah. And
Christian,
you know
any
what? Yeah,
person
like,
that, yeah, I mean, if you go onto a Christian channel and they go ahead and mute you, and what's the point of having a Christian channel if you're not going to preach the
yeah,
gospel?
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because I put like, so I put my beliefs in a message, and straight away blocked. So when I
That's
seen
not
this
the
channel,
gospel, man.
when you get a chance to come on as an atheist, I was trying everything to get on there, copy and pasting and getting this, you know. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's not the gospel, man, and that's not a good representation of Christ. So I apologize for that that misconduct. That is not what the gospel is.
You see, convinced though, you know, convinced is a very strong word, you know, because I feel convinced, and there's no breaking you, is there, Mitch? Like you couldn't be, no matter what I say to you, could never turn you into an atheist, never.
Yeah,
Now, no.
and
But I didn't
Yeah,
start on this side. I'll tell you, I got convinced to
yeah,
go
that's
the
what I'm
other
saying.
side.
You convince yourself, Nisha. You convince
well,
yourself, and that's
but here's the thing, man, and I'll just say this, that's also the gospel. Okay, is that us as Christians are not out here to try to convince you and try to tell you that you're going to hell each and every day of your life. We're not here to do that. And actually, the Bible says that we're not supposed to judge the outside of the world. So if you're not a brother and sister in Christ, then we're not to judge you at all. But here's the thing. What we are called to do is the Great Commission, to go out and preach the gospel and make disciples of all nations. Okay. And so the Father has to draw you. I cannot draw you to Christ. Only the Father can.
yeah.
So
My way of
all I can
thinking,
do is
my way of
give you-
thinking is a scary situation. You know, like with me, with death, I just feel like it's lights out. You're never gonna see or speak to anyone ever again. You know, so yeah, man.
yeah, and that, you know, and
Yeah.
that you know, that's, you know, just going on a little bit deeper, is that, you know, what the Bible says about that is, you know, that obviously, you know, what the Bible says about that is, you know,
Yeah, I
there's
know.
a
That's what,
heaven
you
and
know what though. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I believe in that strong in atheism. I'm ready for hell. I'm ready for hell, man. I'm ready for it. But
Well,
you know,
why? Like, to think
nah, but
about it. Okay.
nah, I don't enjoy the thought of going there. But like, you know, if my beliefs take me there, then that's where I'm meant to be, in it. That's where I belong. You know. But I don't think that's gonna happen. What am I on about? I don't think that's gonna happen either. I don't think hell exists either.
But so
Yeah.
do you think, are you, I would let me ask you this. Do you think that you are so sure in it that you're willing to teach your children to live without God? Are you that sure?
I'm very, yeah. You know what? I'm not. I know this sounds bad. I know this sounds bad to you guys. It sounds bad, but for me, it's normal, in it. But I do teach my son that my way of believing. You know, the same way a Christian would teach his son of believing. No, it's not. I'm not wrong for teaching him the way I believe. It'd be
No, I can
better if it be,
understand.
you know what I mean. That's just, I don't want my son to believe in something I don't believe in. I want
Well,
you know,
no,
I want him to
I
be on the
get
same
that.
page.
I get that, because I think that's only natural for whatever we believe to be passed down to our children. I was saying,
Yeah.
are you so sure enough to where you would put them in the, I guess, which it wouldn't fall on you, but if they came up with that, because that's how I came up in that mindset. Again, I didn't come from, I'm opposite of you, came from atheist household. Okay. So if I were to die, like my brothers died very young, if I were to die young, still in that belief, knowing what I know now, I kind of like, I'm upset with my parents for doing that. Because for instance, if Christianity is true, Adam, excuse me, if it's not true and you die, then who cares? Nothing happened. But if Christianity is true and you die,
Yeah, but you know, I know what you're saying. Yeah, but like Mitch said, convinced. Like I was saying to you, so I'm fully convinced in the way I think, and it. So I'd say no, but I can't say I know. But I'm convinced that, you know, for the same thing for everybody. Once the lead's pulled, once the plug's out,
no,
then
I get it.
yeah, that's it. But
I
it's a
respect
bit of
your
a, to be
honesty.
honest, it sounds, speaking to you nice people, what I believe in now sounds a bit cold, if I'm honest, but you know, that's just how my head's wired.
I was there. So it's really hard. It is cold. I was cold. But I understand. Honestly,
Yeah,
I do, because I was there. I once was Adam.
yeah, I've been to, like, you know, my relatives have passed away, and the church part for me is the worst part of the funeral, because I don't believe anything the vicar's saying. I don't believe in none of it. And if I could skip the church without being disrespectful, you know, then I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
So can I ask a question? Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So have you ever, Adam, have you ever read the Bible?
Nah, I never read it. No.
Okay.
I don't.
And you wouldn't
To be
be
honest with
open
you,
to
Mitch.
do so.
Mitch, I don't like reading. If I'm honest with you, when I was in school, when I
I'm
was
with you, bro.
younger,
I'm with you.
you know the back of the book. You have to read the book and tell the teacher about the book. But I used to read the blurb on the back, and then repeat back the blurb, and that's how I'd get up another level. I don't like reading.
Well, I
I
mean, do
like
you
talking,
like
but I don't like reading.
do you like audiobooks? Like, would that be an
Yeah,
option?
I could sit there. I can sit there all day, you know, with the door closed and chilling with my dog and have some headphones on, and I'll listen all day. The reading parts, I can read and that, but I'm just
Okay.
bores me, to be honest.
I hated reading. I dropped out of school at 15 years old. I hated reading.
Yeah, I
I
failed
hate
at
reading
English
as
in
well.
school.
I failed at everything. Look, I copied your paper, his paper, their paper.
Yeah. The only thing I passed at, I'm really good at, is maths. That's the only GCSE I gained, maths. Yeah.
Forget that. No.
Yeah.
No.
So here, just real quick. So like, if you say that you're not convinced, and I'm just saying, right? If you say that you're convinced and will never change your mind, okay, but yet you might have heard about what other people say, what the Bible says, but instead of picking it up yourself or listening to it or whatever, which you have all access to do so, you don't have to read it, you can listen to it. If you get it yourself, even if you go at it like, look, it's not going to convince me, it's just another book, whatever, at least then you won't have the misconceptions that a lot of people like to spout off. At least you'll know the truth of what the Bible says. I'm not saying that, you know, it would have to be the ultimate truth, but at least give it a chance. That's all I'm saying. Just you know,
I know I can't though. I can't though.
pushing it
It's
off.
not, no disrespect, man. I can't give it a chance, because, you know, but all being said, like, like I said earlier, it's a really special thing that we got going on. You know, even us talking right now, it's a special thing. You know, it's one in a million, in it. But I just think that it was made in. Even I can't explain how the world was made. I can't explain that. Well, I'm very convinced that it wasn't a God. You know.
That's okay. No, look, that's
Yeah.
okay. You know what? Honestly, Adam, I want you to stick around here on the channel. And just let's keep having conversations. Just in
Yeah, but it's
general.
good. It's good. I enjoy talking to
We can
you.
do
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
We could do this for hours. I'd be
Yeah.
all right with that.
Yeah.
I think I do have a couple of people who want to come. I'm trying to find
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Warwick, are you trying to come on, or and then
Let's get another atheist on it, 2v2, a bit more fair, look.
yeah, that's fine. I'm perfectly, if anyone clicks the link, they're welcome to come on, always. So, and one thing I hate that happens all the time is when my Christian brothers and sisters will pop on and pop on and pop on, and I'm like, there's one atheist and everybody's coming after the one atheist. It's like, I'd rather just like either one or two like talk, because I feel like it's a little bit number one, it doesn't go anywhere. The conversation never goes anywhere. You can't complete anything because the next person wants to bring up their topic.
But
number
you know
two,
what?
Right.
No, I was just, go ahead, Adam.
Is that
Wait, hold on. You're breaking up again. Are you there? I think I'm losing
Might have
him.
lost service.
Yeah. Did we lose it on YouTube? Because StreamYard actually, all of StreamYard went down. Like when I had, it wasn't, let me look on my phone real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, I think he lost service.
Okay. Yeah. Dang.
oh, back?
Oh, there he is.
Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Is there different types of atheists you came across?
Oh, no, we're losing him again. Adam, can you hear me? Okay. I don't know what's happening. You can try to come back in again. But if anyone else wants to come on, if no one does, though, I will, I guess, just end the stream. I don't want to, but I will if no atheist comes on. I rather.
Yeah, Kenesha, that's why I didn't come on last night because and that's why I haven't been on any of the streams that you've been doing with atheists so far, because you'll have up there only non-believers, and I didn't want to jump in and do that thing where we're just all crowding up. I don't want to do that, so that's why I didn't do anything last night or anything like that. So
yeah, because I feel like we don't ever get anywhere. Like I really do. I think like it's just like everyone wants to talk and everyone wants to chime in. Everyone wants to ask the atheist a question, and I feel like it's just kind of like bullying in a way, or like not necessarily bullying, but like it's not fruitful, you know. And I prefer just back and forth, like either 1-on-1 or 2 and 2, to get something, but that's it. And even when this is what drives me nuts. Even when I say atheist only, I want to just talk to atheists. Nothing but Christians keep popping in. I'm like, are y'all not reading the thing?
Yeah, that's why I stayed away. That's why I didn't show up last night. So
awesome. Hi, Adam. I don't know if you're losing signal where you are, but I've lost you a couple times.
I'm back for the moment.
Say that again. You're cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Okay, what'd you say?
I'm gonna reset my router. If you're still on here by the time I get back, it'd be great. But if not, yeah, peace and love.
All right. Yeah, well, I'll be here. I'll be here.
All right then. Send a bit.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, you know what? It's going on right now. I don't need to reset it. Can you hear me perfect now, right?
You're still choppy, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna reset the router. Peace, yeah. Peace.
Okay.
better be safe than sorry.
He's funny. I like him. He's funny.
I do like him.
Yeah. All right. I'm waiting to see if we can get another atheist before. I would love to talk to at least one more atheist.
Yeah, and you know what, Kenesha, I actually want to do this on my own channel. I don't see that it's fruitful at all. I think it is bullying to an extent, because it's not like we're intending to do so. We're not trying to bully, but it does come off that way. We would think the same way if we went on an atheist channel and a bunch of atheists were asking questions. It would be the same way. Yeah, it's smothering, and you're not able to listen. You're not able to get anything out of it. So I like to do I'm going to start doing like beforehand, setting up one-on-one discussions.
Yeah. And I think there's times for like 2 and 2, maybe max, like 2 Christians, 2 atheists max. But when it starts filtering, we got 5, 6, 7 Christians and 1 atheist. That's a problem. And I hate that. Like I try to be so patient and so quiet, but a lot of times I feel like it's smothering. That was the perfect word. It's smothering. Yeah. We're not showing ourselves to be Christ-like, number one. We're trying to really make sure that we're over talking. Like it's just, or one person will talk for a long time and then the other person will only get to talk 30 seconds before the next one just goes over them right again. And I hate that. And I'm like, this is a problem. So when there's a problem, we can keep doing the same thing over and over if we want to. But
yeah, and then you know, at the end of the day, you know, you're not really getting anywhere with that discussion. So discussions take time, and if you focus on one thing, and you, whether it be you agree to disagree or you come up with whatever, it is what it is. At least then you come to a conclusion. Then you can move on to the next subject.
right.
When it's smothering, it's just, what about this? What about this? What about this? And you're never able to finish it. So anyway, I'll end on that.
Right. No, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And really quick, Kat, you can pop on and I'll pop off if you want to talk to anyone. And Frank, you can come back as well if you wanted to. I don't see anybody else coming up here. I did want to get another, like a third opinion, not the same opinion today, but that's fine if no one else wants to come on. Sorry, I'm trying to answer chat. Sorry, guys. I'm not ignoring you. I promise you. Okay.
Mitch,
Yes, sir.
sounded like you was using a grinder then.
Stop.
Top man. Mitch, you're naughty man.
You're ridiculous. Stop. So funny. Oh, shoot. Yeah, now you're clear, Adam. You're very clear.
I reset the signal.
Okay.
Turned it off. You know. And my
Yeah, you were
part,
kind of bad.
my partner's religious, and obviously she's gone out, so that's what I've jumped on.
Gotcha.
She'd be yeah, you know the drill.
Yep. Awesome. All right, yeah, I'm waiting for one more atheist. Please come on. Why I got time? Look, I don't have the baby right now. Like, I'm not working. Like, give me a break here, y'all. Come on. I want to talk to an atheist. I'm trying to get 2 on, Adam. 2.
Yeah, do you know what? I've tried to look for meetings myself. Like I've tried to look for like meetings in my community for atheists to sit and talk and that, but there's nothing. I think a lot of people are embarrassed to say that they are, because it looks bad that they don't believe in a God, So
I think they're very proud to say it.
yeah, no, not around here, not in Birmingham, United Kingdom.
Real? Oh,
I'm the
yeah,
only. I feel like I'm the only one.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I have a good friend out there who's a street preacher out there, Tony. But yeah, sometimes I can get a lot of atheists that want to come on. I mean, a lot. And then other times it's like crickets. Like nobody shows up. I guess it's just the time people are busy living lives.
Yeah, what time is it where you are from?
Right now it's 8:53 in the morning. I've been up since 4.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it's 3:33 in the afternoon. Yeah.
3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I've got the weekends are the best. No work on the weekends.
Yeah. See, I don't have to work on the weekends either. Is it Saturday there or is it?
Yeah, Saturday. Yeah. Unfortunately, I wish it was Friday, but
yeah. I know it goes by fast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Drives me nuts. It's like, okay, all during the week when I'm
working. It's all you seem to do work, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
We've got the Christmas break coming up soon, 2 weeks off, so.
Heck yeah.
Maybe I can get the audio Bible version from it.
There you go. There you go. You're so funny. All right, here we go. We got Frank coming back on here. What's up, buddy?
Hi.
Let me try to make us bigger. Nope, that didn't work. There we go.
It's been a long while, but
yeah. All right, cool. So what do you guys want to talk about?
I was wondering, Adam, you said before that you wouldn't change your mind. Does that mean that despite what kind of evidence comes forward, you wouldn't ever, nothing could convince you
Nah,
for
never,
another way?
never,
So
never
if
change.
all the,
I don't see what evidence could come to life about it though. I don't think there ever will be evidence.
if all the stars aligned and spelled I am God, I'm Yahweh, I'm the truth, then you still,
I'd believe humanity did it.
okay, that's
Yeah,
that is
yeah,
extremism.
yeah, yeah.
Now, for me, there definitely would be things that I'm quite more scientific in that way. If new evidence proves towards a
So
new conclusion.
what percentage are you atheist? Like 100, or are you like 25? Could be
Never 100,
25%
but
could.
I think close to 99%.
Yeah.
I'm pretty convinced. Let's
But
say.
Frank, no disrespect, yeah, because you seem,
Yeah,
you seem intelligent and stuff. But what 1% to me is still it could just be 70%. Because there's still a doubt. There's still a doubt.
no, I don't believe in absolutes. Descartes said that the only thing we can ever be sure of is I think, therefore I am. Everything else is up for grabs. So I live a bit in that mindset. So never say never. I always keep open to the possibility that I'm wrong.
You're not
That's how
wrong, Frank. You're not wrong.
I appreciate
Yeah.
the support, but I always like to approach topics like with the possibility that could be wrong. That way I keep my mind open, and that way I keep myself as much away from confirmation bias as I can. But that's for myself. That's why I also love conversations with believers, and people with other perspectives on any topic, because I can learn it, and I can validate whether or not my own beliefs are up to standard, if they are valid or not. Perhaps I hear arguments, or I have been changing my mind about topics in the past, not as big as atheism, but smaller. So why not? Wouldn't it be possible for atheism? But to put it in perspective, I have been having conversations with all manner of theists for 25 years, almost on a daily basis. Always researching and always genuinely checking what they said as evidence or their arguments. So the chance that I come across a perspective or a piece of evidence I haven't heard before is not very big, especially one that could change my entire view. But still, I don't want to say it could never happen.
Is there more religious people than atheists, you think, or balance?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If that question was to either one of our hosts.
You guys are fine. Keep talking.
We are the hosts. We are the hosts.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Hey, we're all having the equal conversation right now. I'm not
Yeah.
more.
But you think, do you know, even Mitch and Eunice, do you think there's more religious people than atheists?
Wait, that you asked me?
Either of you? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's I think we are the vast majority as Christians. Yeah. Other religions on top of that as well. Yeah, if you just go for theism, I believe that we are the majority.
Yeah.
I think it's around 85% of the world, at least, is religious.
Is it? Jeez, is it?
I think it's a big.
See, I told you I couldn't find anyone in Birmingham. No wonder why. No wonder why.
but look, from my perspective, and this is just my belief based off what Jesus says, that the actual percentage of believers, true believers, right, who aren't doing it because it's a cultural thing or because mommy and daddy told me to, but the actual believers is a small percentage.
I see religion changes as well. You know, I see Christians go to Muslims, or you know, what's that about? Do you
There's
believe there's one God, or do you believe that?
correct.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, and also to if I can just real quick, and I'll hush for a little bit, but what Kenisha said is that you know, the small percentage. I would disagree on that, but you know, we agree on pretty much everything else when it comes to like all this stuff. But I believe that through time and since the beginning, right, we have Christianity has grown and has flourished and will eventually become. You know, I'm not a Christian nationalist, right? But I
See,
believe that it's going to be a higher percentage overall.
I feel that the Muslim religion is getting far bigger than any other, especially where I'm from.
Yeah, right now in certain countries, I would agree with that. But
Yeah,
overall,
my country, you know, like churches and stuff in my country now, or my city, that they're closing down, and you know, and mosques are being built and stuff. So my country's done a U-turn on Christianity. That's why you get so
yeah,
many riots and stuff. That's why there's so many riots happening. You know.
yeah, yeah. And again, like in certain countries that would be so. I would agree with that. But again, like
Mm.
when it comes to the vast majority of all of it, of the whole world, that it's like Christianity is that much greater. Now, what Kenisha said that there's a difference between true religion
Oh, we lost
and
Adam.
uh-oh.
No. Dang it. I wonder if his internet's acting up again.
But I think I very much agree with what you're saying. Mitch, except for if you look at the absolute numbers, then Christianity has been, and when I speak of Christianity, I do take the whole package of Catholics, Jehovah's Witness, and all those divisions. I'll take them as a whole. In that sense, Christianity has been the largest religion for a while. But if I'm not mistaken, if the trends that are ongoing, if they continue, then probably Muslim faith will take the first spot in the biggest religion on the world within 20 years, I believe.
Well,
And that has,
and yeah, and
that's
I
more
heard you bring that up.
both ways. Sorry. Please go.
Sorry. I heard you say that to Kenisha before I was able to come on, and I think that when it comes to like, you know, JWs, right, Jehovah's Witness, Mormons, Catholicism, all that stuff is not the same level as like born again, right? And so when it comes to like the different, like the statement was in the comment section. I'm not saying you said this, but in the comment section they said this. They said that there's over 40,000 different Christian denominations. That's
I
just
saw
simply
that.
not
Yeah.
true.
Yeah,
That is
40,000.
completely bogus.
The problem with that statement is, for instance, it takes the Eastern Baptism Church in New Zealand and the Eastern Baptism Church in Australia. The Australian, those are already considered different denominations. Yeah, and in that way it goes. You have a lot. If you go to that length, you have a lot of different denominations.
So I believe
Well,
that there are the denominations all over. However, like I said, there's only one truth. So when man veers and starts changing things, that's not Christianity changing. That's men making their own beliefs, and this is where you get denominations from. But if I was making spaghetti, we say paschetti, right? If I was making paschetti for dinner, but I started adding hamburger, like a hamburger patty, and I put a little bit of ice cream on it, and I started adding all these other ingredients. Is it still spaghetti? It's not spaghetti anymore. So I couldn't call it spaghetti. And that's
That depends on your definition. And for me, a Christian is somebody that believes Jesus Christ was God, and in their own interpretation follows the teaching of Jesus. In that sense, a lot of these different groups fall under these conditions.
No, but see, brother, I would have to stop you there, because that's not true either. Because via definition, what you just gave is that, okay, what separates Christianity from Hinduism?
They don't believe Jesus is God, and they don't believe in the teaching of Jesus.
Yeah, neither do J-dubs. Neither do Unitarians. These, and like they might believe that there is a certain kind of Jesus that's out there, but their Jesus is different than ours.
Right.
Yeah, but
So it's not the same thing. So again, like whenever you get Christianity, Hinduism, Muslim, all them, they have different gods, and so you cannot say, real quick, and I'll let you speak. Whenever you have like Mormons, right? They believe in many gods, not just one. So that in itself is not Christian. Okay. JWs, they don't believe that Jesus Christ is God. They don't believe that they believe that the Son is Michael the Archangel. That's not Christianity. That's not what the Bible teaches. And like any of the other like Catholicism, right? They believe that Jesus is God. They believe in the Holy Trinity. They believe in all the stuff that we would say that that's true. However, they worship Mary as well. Okay. And so that's not, they deify a woman. We don't do that. Okay. So again, there's a difference, right? And just to say respectfully, just to say that they're all the same, that's just, it doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying they're all the same, because if we're all the same, they wouldn't be different denominations to begin with. But this is what defines as being a Christian religion or not a Christian religion. And that's from my perspective, accepting the divinity of Jesus, and whether or not you adhere to Jesus' words, however you interpreted them. But there's a lot of you're probably familiar with the term no true Scotsman fallacies. That people introduce extra conditions and say, yeah, but that's not a true Christians, because, and then they come with their version of what it means to be a true Christian. That's difficult. You can say if somebody is living in Texas, I'm an American, I'm a Texan, but people in California, those are not true Americans. I'm a true American. Those are not true Americans. Mm-hmm. But the term of what it means to be an American doesn't mean, it just means if you are a citizen within the United States. So do you understand a bit what I mean?
Yeah. But the problem here is that the point of denominations, okay, is not like, okay, in order to be a Christian denomination, you have to be Christian first. Okay. The denomination is just the division between, not really division, but the disagreements between certain secondary and tertiary issues. Okay. Like, okay, the difference between Methodist and Baptist. Okay. They believe in the same God. They believe in the Holy Trinity. They believe that Jesus Christ is the one and only true God alongside the Father and the Spirit, which is the Trinity, right? And so if they believe that, and they confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, and that they believe in their heart that he was raised from the dead, which is what, again, Romans 10:9 says. If that is the case, okay, then what makes them, then you get to the denominations, right? So Baptists believe that there's two baptisms, right? But there's only one true baptism, that water baptism does not save you, okay? And then you got Methodists that believe that babies should be baptized, which I don't believe that, because I'm a Baptist. So we believe in the same God, which that makes us Christian. But in order to say that Mormons, JWs, Seventh-day Adventists, Catholic, and all of them believe, or their denominations of Christianity would be very, that would not be the case, and that would just be unfair to the highest degree. It'd be rubbish.
I don't know if you have been to a Catholic church a lot or ever.
I know Catholics. Yeah.
But they have if there's one religion that has the crucifix of Jesus portrayed in almost everything they do, in every Jesus is their front man, to say when they wouldn't, they are not Christians because they don't follow Jesus Christ. It's a bit a hard sell when their entire identity is around Jesus.
Well, that's not true. Again, that's not true either, because they worship Mary and the saints. So they don't deify others than just Jesus. They don't just deify Jesus like Christians do.
Why do they?
But they also preach a different gospel too.
But question: why do they worship Mary? What has Mary done to deserve?
Well, I'm not a Catholic, so I'm not a Catholic, so I'm not going to make their claim
I can tell
for
you.
you. Okay, but
she's considered.
What I understand. Hang on.
Yes.
Sorry. What I understand about Catholicism is that, they pray to Mary to be able to persuade Jesus then to ask the Father. So basically, they take the wedding of Cana in John chapter 2, and they say, well, see, Jesus didn't want to do it originally, but Mary persuaded him, and so that made him want to do it. That's not the case in that scripture.
Okay.
But that would be kind of thing, right? So she is living, breathing, right, exalted, just as Jesus is exalted.
Yeah.
And in the Bible, it only says that there's one exalted, and that's Jesus Christ. And there's only one mediator between us and man, or a man and God, and that's Jesus Christ the righteous. So again, if you try to cherry pick the scriptures, then you can make it say whatever you want to, and you can come up with whatever you want to. But if you read the entirety context, then you're not going to have that kind of thing. So
for me, it's about how you would define a Christian. And for me, Catholicism is absolutely a Christian denomination, because they worship Christian. Mary is considered also holy because she gave birth to Christ.
We're considered holy. We as Christians are considered holy. That doesn't mean that she's divine. Catholics believe in the original, Vatican and all that. They believe that Mary is divine in certain ways. Yeah, we will never be divine, not divine, but we are holy. Holy just means set apart.
But again, those are not to me. Those are not conditions that determine whether or not you're Christian or not.
Well,
at some point you have to.
Whenever it comes to preaching a different gospel, right? Because there's another aspect where the Catholics are wrong. They believe that you have to work your way to salvation, when Protestants, as I am, do not believe that. Okay, real born again Christians, if you agree with the scriptures, right? Paul says in Galatians chapter 1 that if anybody preaches a different gospel, let them be accursed. That doesn't really sound like to me a Christian thing. It sounds like to me that that's not very Christian.
Absolutely, they have the saved by works and the saved by faith, or by
saved by faith,
accepting grace part. Now, and I know that there are also a lot of difference, but again, what would you say what would you label Catholicism then, if it isn't Muslim, if it isn't Christian according to you?
Well, it's Roman Catholic.
But who do they worship? Who is the main person in their religion?
They don't have a main person like we do. We believe in one God, right? And Jesus Christ is one Lord, right? So we believe in the Trinity. Okay, they believe in the same thing. They believe in Jesus Christ, but again, as I've said before, they also believe in Mary and the saints. So they pray to the saints.
And if somebody if somebody come along and said, you got the Holy Trinity, and that's you worship three things. We just worship Jesus. So you are against. You're not real Christians because you also
Well,
take.
Well, then we just go through the scriptures and we can have that discussion. That's not a hard discussion. So again, but again, what makes a Christian is not just who you believe, but the process of that belief, right? So again, what is the gospel? Describe the gospel. And if you describe it incorrectly outside of the word of God, then you're not Christian.
For the majority of the world, and Catholics themselves, which are the biggest group of, if you count them, of Christians. But yeah, these days I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen those numbers, so I can't say that with.
Yeah, that's not true anymore.
No, it's quite possible. I know that the Catholic Church has taken some hits. But if you look at the definition of Christianity, if you look at all the Wikipedias and stuff like that,
yes, people.
Catholicism is absolutely included.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter what other people say. It matters what the word of God says.
But then that's a matter of perspective. And then they say that they are Christians. They say that they aren't Christians.
But here's the thing, though. Again, just as I said before, they believe in a different gospel. They teach a different gospel. They teach that works is how you get to heaven. That's not how the Bible describes it, right? The Bible describes justification by faith through grace alone, through Christ alone.
Exactly.
As simple as that. But then it also says that faith without works is dead. That is the sanctification process. If you understand what the Bible says, it's the sanctification process, right? So there's a justification, there's a sanctification, and then there's eventually glorification, which is when we receive the body of Christ, what glorified bodies as Christ has right now. And so again, Catholics would describe. I'm almost done. Catholics will describe it kind of the opposite way, right? They would say that it's works that brings forth salvation, which would not line up with the scriptures at all.
I think they were. I think they would disagree on that. But again, as an atheist, again, we're standing on the sideline on this,
Sure.
seeing both parties going back and forth.
You're not on the sideline. Yeah. You're not on the sideline. You're up front, mate.
What's your view on this? Because you said your mother is Catholic.
Yeah. She
heard correctly. Do you think your mother considers herself a Christian?
Yeah, she's a Christian, and like, I wouldn't disrespect her beliefs, but but I don't agree with her beliefs. But to be honest with you, it's not really a subject that me and my mum talk about, because we both completely disagree with each other. So I just let her. Right. Yeah, I let her think, let her believe what she wants to, and then like I say to you, I got my own beliefs as well.
But by the way, I think it's ironic because Adam, you said you were raised religious or at least in a religious environment. I was raised in a religious environment with lukewarm Christian parents. But Knisha said for her it's the exact opposite. She started out as a non-believer and became a believer afterwards. Mitch, I don't know your story. Is that the same for you, or?
Well, I was born and raised in a Christian family. I was, I traveled with my family is a Southern Gospel group, so they sung, and I went from church to church to church, and so on. Right, I've been to many different churches around the country and everything like that. So I didn't really actually get to the point where I'm at now until I actually opened the Word of God by myself. So, I originally I believed it because my grandpappy did, but when it came down to it, I had to really question the things that I believed. And when I did that, I opened the scriptures for myself, and I found that God is actually right. God is true. And so
Do you
that's
abide by
basically,
it,
well,
Mitch?
that would be,
Do you abide by it? Do you abide by the way of living?
I try to, yeah.
You try to, though. That's what I'm saying to you. So, you know, what sort of percentage we talking?
Well, what do you mean? Like
you know, everyone, you know, does wrong in life, innit? But what sort of percentage is your life? How can I put it? Yeah, is your life like abiding by the, you know, the Bible, like from negative to positive? What sort of percent are you at?
Well, I believe in God 100%. I believe in Jesus Christ 100%.
Yeah.
However, that does not necessarily say that I would have to 100% abide by the Word of God with a clear conscience.
Why not? Why not though?
Because again, when it comes to what the scriptures say, okay, and the way that the born again process, the sanctification process happens, is that the way that the Holy Spirit living within me after belief and after confession, right? The Holy Spirit lives within me and then transforms me in a slow but sure process. And so I will never be perfect until I am then glorified at the end of my sanctification.
I think you're perfect, Mitch.
I'm not. I am.
I know you're not. You know.
Yeah. Wretched man am I. Right. I am not.
You know the born again though. Yeah. Is that what is the born again? Like someone that don't believe in it and then believes in it.
Well, so again, like the process of and this is a deep this is a deep conversation, and it all has to do with the Word of God. Okay, so what the Bible says is that, like in John chapter 6, okay, Jesus says that no one is able to come to me unless the Father draws them. Okay, and so how does the Father draw? By the proclamation and the gospel preaching of the Christians, the body of Christ, and us born again. So the born again leads others to be born again by the Father drawing them. Okay, and so once the Father draws you, then it's up to you to either receive or reject the free gift of God. And once that happens, if you receive it, then you receive the Holy Spirit, and then you start your sanctification process. If you deny it, then you stay where you're at. That's basically the in the nutshell.
What's going to happen to me and Frank? What's going to happen to me and Frank? Like you know, if.
Well, again, I'm not the creator, so I mean, according to the Bible, I don't you know, I don't want to say I'm not a hellfire and brimstone kind of guy, so I'm not going to say it. But you know where you're going.
I know that there's a lot of different perspectives on that as well. Some say that hell is just the absence of God. Some believe in a literal form of hell as eternal torment. Some say you just land there until the second coming of Christ, and then you die a second death, and you just cease to exist. So there are quite a lot of different interpretations from all manner of Christians I've spoken with. So it's always careful when we speak about those topics to ask how people see it, because the amount of times I have heard, but that's not what I believe. It's a response I get quite a lot.
So if I can respond to that, I think whenever it comes down to, you know, the different interpretations, okay, I do believe that there's different ways to look at what the Bible says and interpret it in a certain way, and that's to the hard truths, the truths that, you know, no human can really process on their own. And so when it comes to like the different interpretations of what hell is, okay, there's certain passages where it says that it's eternal flame. But there's also passages where Jesus says that it's utter darkness. So how can you have a flame which is light and utter darkness at the same time? So there's a conflicting, there's a conflict.
I never thought of it like that before.
But the question is, oh, sorry, Adam.
No, I never thought of it like that before. If it's pure dark, like you just said, if it's pure darkness but it's full of flames, it can't be darkness in it because it's going to going to be really light in there. Isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. So there's a way for like the way that I see it, the way that I believe is that Jesus was being hyperbolic. He was saying that it's like eternal flame, which in the Jewish time, that was like, oh man, that's like the worst of the worst, right? You being like burned, right? That's the worst of the worst. So the way, and also the way that he describes it is that it's utter darkness, which is the complete separation of God. And so whenever you go to hell, it's not God that sends you to hell. The Bible says that you are already condemned before you become born again. So you're already going there. But Christ rescues you from that. It's not
It's
that
just,
God.
it's, you know, even.
Go ahead.
Even, do you know, like going into the Bible, like when I was younger, I learned a bit about it. But do you honestly believe that there was a baby sent down by God for Mary?
No, the baby was not sent down. It was the word of God that was sent down and became a son.
Yeah, it's
So
yeah.
God.
Frank, I see you laughing. You know, Frank. Frank's having a giggle down there.
No, I was still at the hell interpretation, because I know that Mitch, you earlier said about baptisms that people, there are denominations that believe that if you haven't been baptized and you die as a child before you're baptized, you either go to purgatory or you go to hell. That's a big.
But see, like whenever you say different denominations, here we go again. Catholicism is not a Christian denomination.
Is that Catholicism that teaches that? Because I'm not.
Yeah, it's an exclusive. Purgatory is exclusive. Catholicism exclusive. No other. Maybe Eastern Orthodox as well, but Protestants like myself do not believe in that.
But I've been raised in a Protestant community, and I've been baptized when I was, I think, 1 year old. 1 year old. So I've been baptized as a child. I had a beautiful dress on and stuff like that. There are photographs of it. So apparently they do. There are also Protestant churches that baptized babies.
Yeah, so that's what I told you earlier was Methodist. They believe in that, right? Methodists believe that you should be baptized as children, which Baptists don't believe that. We believe that there's only one eternal baptism, and that's through the baptism of the Holy Spirit, which is spiritual only. Now, the outward appearance is a symbol. The being baptized by water is a symbol, not a means for salvation. It cannot save you. That you're just getting wet.
It's separate.
But that is an open proclamation of your belief system to the outside world. That's basically you showing the outside world, hey, I am born again, and I have chosen Christ. That's
Frank,
basically what that is.
Yeah.
You've been baptized and now you're an atheist. Nah, seriously, man. That's a big change as well, isn't it? It's massive.
I can go even further.
How old was you when you decided you believed in the atheist side of things?
I don't think I have ever had a moment that I believed in the Christian story. I've been raised in a lukewarm Christian family. I think my parents they wanted to give us a Christian upbringing, except I feel that it was more like they were going for emotions because they.
So lukewarm as in not strict.
No, not strict. They send us to Sunday school. They send us to Bible studies. I've been to Bible camps and stuff like that as much as a child. And my entire friend group were devout Christians. But from the moment I started to really think about these matters, they just didn't seem to click and seemed illogical to me. I ran into too much contradictions. So I don't think I have ever been. I would ever have considered myself a believer, because in a time of 15 to 17, that age when I really started to think about these matters, it just didn't add up. And by the time I was late teens, I just officially started declaring myself as an atheist. But I've always.
What about you and Nisha Mitchell? Do you understand why we believe in what we believe, or do you just like you don't understand why we believe what we believe? You do, Nish, because you used to be an atheist, innit? But what about you, Mitch? Does it make sense what we believe in, or?
Yeah, I mean, I understand it, right? I understand it because, you know, the way it goes is, again, if there's no, a lot of people, I'm not going to speak for all of them, but a lot of people would say basically, I haven't seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah, that's why I've got them tattooed on my arm. Tattooed on my arm, seeing is believing.
Basically, yeah. So, and you know, that would be the way that it was back in the scriptures, right? Back in the biblical times, like in the book of Acts, right? That Jesus appeared to, 500 people, right? But he also appeared to the apostles that, and Paul, right? Paul persecuted Christians, but Jesus appeared to him and blinded him, and then he was able to receive his sight again and everything else. So, seeing is believing. Not necessarily with Christianity. And that does not mean it's blind faith. So the evidence that we see is the walk by faith and not by sight. But there's also stuff that we see that's evidence that we can test and we can prove, which is also a biblical thing that would lead us to.
I feel that like the Bible was wrote when you couldn't. We didn't know what was above the sky. It was that long ago that no one had been above the sky. So it was more like it's hard to explain to you. And it's not really hard to explain. You can understand that, innit?
Yeah.
I think the more we found out about space, I think the more it puts in doubt that like God exists.
There are a lot of things in the Bible that make sense if it was only man that has written it. Take for the 6-day creation. God created the heavens and the stars and in the sky in one day, and then he spent the next 5 days creating everything on the earth. That makes a lot of sense if you think that the sky is just 1/4 of your existence. But we know.
But how is it possible for one man to make the earth? I don't understand how that's possible.
Aside from that, he spent 1 day creating the entire universe. That's about the equivalent of saying taking the entire surface of the sun with a mile deep sand, making all the sand grains, and in 1 day, and then pick up one grain of sand and then say, I'm going to spend the next 5 days on this grain of sand.
Frank, you are on the sideline. You are on the sideline, Frank.
Oh no, this is core criticism. So it makes a lot of sense when you think that the stars is just a ceiling. Then you say, okay, he's 1 day takes care of the ceiling, 1 day he takes care of the sun, but the proportions of how big the universe is. The same as things like the stars fall out of the sky and on the floor and land on the floor. If you understand what the stars are, then you would never have written that. So there are so many.
Yeah, well, that goes into a little bit more of like symbolic speaking, hyper symbolism, right? And so that it's not literal stars that's falling on the planet. That's not right.
So is there a God for every planet, in your opinion, like religious people?
No, I mean, I don't believe there's any life on other planets.
No, you don't. No. I don't think it's nothing like us because we're in a different world, innit? But I do. But I believe there's life on other planets, but their own life, like nothing like us. It will not nothing like it. They have to adapt to their own planet, innit?
So the question
let me chime in just really quick based off what you said, and I'll be quiet. So have you seen life on any planet, Adam, through your studies?
Nah, but I don't think we'll ever see life on another planet. I don't think we ever will. It's just but it wouldn't be life like our life. Like it wouldn't be, so you wouldn't know it was life if you seen it. Does that make sense?
Can I ask you a question?
Nah, not
Nisha, can I
Yeah.
ask you a question? What will you do if we're currently with Mars rovers searching Mars? We now know that there are underwater oceans and ice under Mars, and where water is, life can prevail. What if after more careful studies we've actually find undeniable traces of life, like bacteria, like plants on Mars? What does that do for your faith?
If we
Yeah.
found,
What?
and I'm sorry
Go
because
on,
your
go on,
mic
go on,
sounds it's okay. Your mic sounds a little bit faint this time, Frank. I don't know if you're on a different
Oh.
setup, but I think you said
Perhaps this helps.
say it again.
Does this help, or is
It still sounds faint to me, but it's okay. I'm gonna try my best, so forgive me. But I think you said if we did end up finding life on another planet like ours, would it change my faith?
Yeah.
I think that's a good question. I think I would question a lot. Yeah.
Because we currently are looking into Mars. We know that there are certain conditions that could permit life.
But for me, Frank, you know
Space
that
make you
on
question
my
it.
end, you know that, like I stated, I don't really do what ifs. I do with what I can verify. Because what ifs we can have 50,000 different scenarios and 50,000 what ifs all day long. So like me, I always try to stick to what is here, what is real right now. So it's a good question, though. I think I would question a lot if there was other humans on another planet. Yes, honey. Dog. Yes. I'm sorry, guys. This is what I try to do before she woke up. She'll want to play. Here you go, honey. There's your sticker. There you go. But I think it's really important that we don't base everything off of what ifs. What ifs are good, right? What ifs help keep us motivated in science and healthcare and relationships, everything. But I don't think that when we talk about something as serious as God existing or not existing, that what ifs are the strongest point. I think we have to look at the evidence that we can see. Okay, you and I, all of us are sitting
Don't
on
never
here
be.
actually
Don't never
talking.
be.
Huh?
Don't never be.
We'll never be what?
You're a bit janky, Adam.
Yeah, Adam, your internet or something's going out again. If you can hear me,
I see a movement. So
say something, Adam.
Adam, do you hear us?
I think his internet's going out again.
I have pretty much the same exact location and setup as before, so I don't know why my mic should be.
You just sound like really, really soft. Like it sounds hard to hear you. It just like I can hear you, but it just sounds like you're really like as if you have your hand here and you're talking or something.
Okay.
Can you see movement?
Yeah, we can see you, Adam. We just can't hear you. Can you say something though? No, I think he has bad connection. Okay. Sorry, Frank. Go ahead. It's okay. I can hear you. I'll just forgive me if I have to ask again.
No, I was looking at if I can adjust the volume of my mic.
I can hear you good, Frank. I can hear you good.
Can you? I can hear you guys better than I can hear Frank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. So there might be. Yeah, I don't know, but anyway.
But for me, the what ifs are always important. Again, I approach everything. I like the scientific way of thinking, and I like the scientific way of approaching things. And in that sense, what if is pretty important because that's what's keeping moving us forward.
Yeah, sure, and I think that's what Kanisha was saying is that the what ifs is how we is how we can get to something that's greater, or something that we have not yet found. But when it comes to belief system, and when it comes to what you believe and how to find and how to explain what you believe, I don't think what ifs is the way to go. I think the only way to get to belief system and to confess what you believe is what you have to know first.
Yeah,
And
because I
so
just think
if we don't,
it's pointless, like, to talk about what ifs, because we're just be empty talking practically. So let's talk about what we do know, is what
But
I'm saying.
on the other hand, you did say, as a tip for Adam,
Can you see the movement?
yeah, you're back.
Oh God, yeah, God, yeah.
You gave Adam the advice to think about what if he's wrong. So that is a what if.
Right, but that's testing my
not the
my
same.
beliefs on current reality, not just like, oh, what if a monkey actually wore shoes every day? It's not like one of those what ifs. It's questioning my my core beliefs as a human being. So I think those kind of what ifs are very important to say, what if I'm wrong? I think I was right to say what if I'm wrong. And honestly, I still have to this day ask myself, what if I'm wrong?
Yeah, jeez, my dog just turned the light off. Dog just fully turned the light off.
This guy's a comedian. I love it. Oh shoot.
I think I agree with you. It's important to ask the question, what if I'm wrong, especially is important. But for me, everything still comes to that atheism is the most plausible.
Yeah, I think there's more what ifs in Christianity than there is with the way me and Frank think.
Well, and if I could say that one more thing, if I could just say one more thing to that, and I got to go anyway, but I appreciate y'all let me on and us having a great conversation. And man, these two guys are the great. Look, these two guys, Kenesha, are the best atheists I've ever
Aren't
talked to.
they amazing? I love them
great
so
guys.
much. That's why I was like, I love y'all.
y'all are great guys. Okay, so
the feeling is mutual.
but the thing here is like, okay, if let's say you, Adam, is that you say that you believe that there's other life on planets, but there's no way to prove that right now. Wouldn't that be a belief that's blind?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. Because life on another planet would not be. It's hard to explain to you. But there is atheists that believe that there's other things on planets that look like us. But my thing, life on here, it wouldn't be called life on there, if that makes sense.
So like,
it wouldn't be. Yeah, so
right,
I don't. But that's not a what if for me, and I don't do what ifs, to be honest with you.
Well, the same thing for us, but on another level, right? So it's not there's not more what ifs in the Christian belief if you understand what the Word of God says. Okay, and that's the difference here. But when it comes to the claims that, or the evidences rather, that there is a God, I believe that there's more for that than there is anything else. And the evidence that we have that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, we have that evidence.
But the only reason I say there's more what ifs on your side, is because me and Frank see what we believe.
Yeah.
You don't really see what you believe without sounding bad. You know what I mean?
I think that I think that if we all believe in let's say like, okay, well, all right, real quick, do y'all believe in, like, are y'all materialists?
What's that?
Materialist.
I'm a naturalist, not a materialist.
What's a materialist?
That's the difference. Okay, that only that there's nothing outside of the material realm.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, so basically, like,
I'm not clever enough for this.
Is there such thing as things that you cannot see?
Not unless they're covered by something.
Okay, so like basically gravity, right? Gravity you cannot see, but you can't necessarily feel the gravity, but you can.
But it's evident though, isn't it? Because we're on the ground.
Right, but what's to say that that's going to continue tomorrow?
Nothing.
All right, well, that's a blind faith.
Nah, that's just fact,
Because you're
innit?
trusting in
You never
something
know what's
that
going to happen.
you're
You never
trusting
know
in
what's
something
going to
that some
happen.
guy told you about. You're believing somebody else's studies when nobody else's on this panel have done actual and I'm just gonna say, if there has been any that has actually done studies on gravity, then please tell me I'm wrong. But I don't think anybody on this panel has ever done any actual studies about gravity themselves.
Yeah, but
They
it's
just
like
use what's on
it's
scientific
happening, and
book.
it's
And then,
happening.
but
It's got to be true because we're spinning the world's spinning that fast, and we're sat
right.
down.
Well, obviously, I believe in gravity, right? I believe in gravity, but the point here is that there's something that, there's something that's beyond stuff that we can necessarily see. So that
Oh,
goes
so you're
with
saying gravity is real, but you can't see it?
right. Same thing with the wind, right? You can't see the
Yeah.
wind, but you can see the effects of the wind.
If
Same thing with
you
God.
could see,
You can't see God, but you can see the effects of God.
if you could see gravity, though, it would be smothered.
Say what?
If you could see gravity, it would be smothered by it. It'd be everywhere.
Oh no, I can't see it.
I don't know. All I can do.
I'm glad you can't see it. I'm glad we can't see it.
All I can do right now, Adam, all I can do right now is I can trust what some guy told me.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
I have. And so it's blind to me because I've never actually studied it. But with Christianity, for me, I've actually studied it and I've actually came across some truths. And that's what makes me believe it, because Jesus actually did raise from the dead, and we have that evidence.
I don't think you can compare gravity to God and God. I don't think you can.
But it's something that you can't see, but it's there.
Can I?
Yeah, but it's like it's that we're living with gravity, aren't we? Like, it is definitely there. Like,
but just because you don't believe in God, don't mean we're not living with God.
Yeah, no, you can't do that, man. You can't compare gravity to God. You can't. Honestly, you can't do that. You can't do that, man.
Why can't we do that?
Because facts that we are definitely held down by gravity. Yeah, it's fact, but like, it's not a fact that God exists. It's not. It's not.
It is a fact.
It's not. You can't. Mitch, I do like you're a nice person, but you can't compare gravity to God, mate.
Well, I'm just saying that there's similarities to the two, because again, you can't see neither one.
Yeah, but one of them definitely exists, because that's why we're sat down. That's why I'm sat down on his bed right now.
All right. Look. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
And I'll jump off of this.
Frank's
after,
dying to get in, man. Come on, Frank. Get in.
If we have even a fraction of evidence that we have for gravity, if God had only a fraction of evidence that we do have for gravity, I would have been on your side.
But here's the question that I would have to ask, and I'll jump off after this. Man, we got to talk more.
I've got to give you one more answer back first, Mitch.
All right.
I just need to know something. Promise me you will never compare gravity to God ever again.
Okay, no,
I will. Promise me, man.
I will.
Don't do it.
It's a similar thing. Anyway, Frank, I kind of lost my track of thought. So what was the thing that you said?
If there is even a fraction of evidence that we do have for gravity, if that would be for God, then I would have accepted God, because gravity is a measurable, quantifiable, and force. We can actually calculate the exact force it produces.
Well, you know what, right? Why is God not on the ground if gravity does exist? But why ain't it pulled him down?
Hold on.
Just as I can't use gravity to be similar to God, you can't use that kind of.
Hold on, real quick. I want Frank to be able to finish his thought.
Yeah.
Sorry, Frank. Go on, Frank. Sorry, man. It's just a gravity situation. It's gone there, didn't it? Right.
I was enjoying your back and forth. Now, as I said, gravity is a measurable force. We know the force. We know exactly how it works, there are still unknowns, but it's something we can quantify. We can measure. Can you measure gods? Can you measure gods? Can you give me weight from it? Can you give me a distance? Can you give me a volume of gods?
But can you tell me? If gravity is gonna keep your butt to that seat tomorrow?
No, we can. We have all these things that we have faith in. If I step tomorrow out of my bed, I have faith that the floor is just as solid tomorrow as it is today.
Oh, it is faith.
But there is a question. There's a difference between reasonable faith and not reasonable faith, because that solid matter has not evaporated in the history of humankind. So we have no reason to think that.
Okay, so if I may, one more thing, and again, I'll jump off, I promise. But I'm enjoying you two so much. Okay, so the thing here is like, all right, so if you can read somebody else's studies and not do it your own self, you can read somebody else's studies, you can have that faith that gravity will consistently hold your butt to that seat. Okay. All right. But here's the thing though, when it comes to the evidence that we have for God. Okay. So
There's none.
Hang on.
So
if we can
sorry.
Are you good? You good? So if we can say, and we can discuss this a little bit further when I get back, maybe on another stream, but just something to think about, something to prep for. All right. What about the cosmological argument? What about is there any way that we can test anything that goes beyond what we can test? Okay. So let's say this, can you explain to me where the first thing ever became into being? It's
like bread. If you leave a slice of bread out, for long enough, it grows mold. And no one can explain how that started. Well, I feel like that's what we are. We're just bacteria on bread.
No. You
that's
can
how it
explain
started.
that because oxygen and it being out long enough and it collecting moisture.
Yeah, but it's still like forms living bacteria, doesn't it?
Well, that's why you pack it up, and that's why you twist it, and you make sure that there's no air in that bag, because if there is, then moisture will naturally happen, and then it will receive mold. So yes, we
can explain that one pretty well. The first thing.
Yeah, but we can explain humans pretty well, can't we? We can explain.
There's a lot we do know by now, and there's also things that are not. Either Mitch, he's.
I think there's technical difficulties here. He has internet problems too sometimes.
You know what it was? When I mentioned the mold on bread, he's got off because he can't explain it.
Oh yes, whatever.
Yeah, that's what happened.
He's still frozen. Look.
He's atheist now. He's atheist.
He needed to go, but he's coming back explicitly.
Yeah, I just took him off the screen so he can get his internet fixed or whatever is happening, because he's frozen right now.
Now, there are things we can explain, but there are also a lot of things we can't explain. And yes, you can say that for the things we do not know, that's God, but then you stumble into the God of the gaps arguments. From you don't know that, therefore you can't say that it isn't God, so it must be God. But that one doesn't quite work, and I personally also can quite easily demolish the cosmological arguments, because that one is also quite flawed.
I feel like you're very divided.
Divided in what way?
I feel like half across divided.
Oh no. There's something I noticed. You are much more certain about things. You speak about things with a lot more certainty than I do.
Yeah.
The things I believe are very, very, very well substantiated. So the chance that I will deviate from them is quite small. There has to be a lot of evidence, and has to be very good arguments against it, and I can't find those. So
I will help you. I will.
I get a lot, also people, because I'm quite mild-mannered with my communications. A lot of Christians think, oh, we can save this one, and he's already halfway. But they underestimate how fierce I am with my convictions, and on how much arguments and knowledge this conviction is built. So. But I love it. I still love to have discussions about it.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
listen,
we need to do like a
people,
round.
peace, yeah, love, and I will be back again at some point. I've got to go now because the missus needs to go to DHL. So,
Same, my daughter is she's running rampant. I need to
but
hop off.
it's really nice to meet you. You know, I've got time for you. So, yeah. Peace, yeah.
Same. God bless you
Peace.
guys. I love you
Peace.
guys.
meeting you
I
too.
hope that we could do this again soon. And thank you
Yeah,
so much
yeah.
for your time today, both of you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Peace, yeah. Peace.
Adam, thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. Bye. They're wonderful. I love those guys. They really made my entire day, to be honest. Frank and I have been talking since 5 o'clock this morning. 5 o'clock my time. It was like 1 o'clock his time, I think, because he's across the world. I'm here in the States, but and I'm so grateful that we did at that time, so that way we can meet Adam and other people here in the chat. I've been seeing your guys' chats. I really wish I could talk to you guys like closer, or excuse me, like face to face versus just reading the comments and stuff. But that's fine. That's fine. I understand not everybody's wants to talk and whatnot. So I just appreciate Frank's time today. And I also appreciate Adam's time, Mitch's time, everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to go ahead and end it. It's 10 o'clock on a Saturday here, and I'm going to go be with my beautiful family. God bless all of you. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe to catch the next stream. Bye, guys.